everyone, welcome back to another episode of Mukluk Streams. I'm your charming, self-proclaimed yet still humble host, Mukluk, and today we are back in the wonderful world of Guild Wars 2, which is Tyria, by the way. Did you know that? Hello there. Welcome. We are back on the North American servers of Guild Wars 2. We played on the EU servers this morning. It is about 45 minutes until the daily reset, so I'm pretty sure I've already done this stuff. Yeah, I've already done this stuff. Okay. But we got some interesting stuff today. Guild Wars 2, about 4 hours ago. Wait, hold on. Rusky says, have you seen the new free Total Warhammer 3 Lord coming soon? No. I know there's some Nurgle one if you connect your account to their special account thing. I haven't done that, but I don't know what you're talking about. Hi! Yo, I'm trying to do the intro. Guild MM, thank you. Welcome. Do the thing. MuklukYoutube was thought to be original. That's why the fourth. This is Jonathan Van the third welcomes you and your gifted subs. Guizalot, Party Monster, Omegalist 667, Gaijin, Yami, Astral Castor, Darumon 11, Mezzy 4319, MOX, Kamakirids, and Swiftfoot to the lab. Hope you enjoy your entertainment is on the way. Cricket the speakers, touch the speakers, giveaways every week. Please take a seat, but you'll only need the age. Welcome. Thank you, buddy. I really appreciate that. Hello. From the mountains. We are about to watch the Guild Wars 2 June balance preview. Let me open this and pause this. Okay, what is this? All right. I have opened the link you sent me, Rusky. I'll watch that out in a little bit. So let me catch everybody up here. Guild MM, thank you very much. That is huge. I appreciate you. My pantry appreciates you. The ramen is stocked, and I thank you for that. Also, Chip just came in and he crashed, and he is now a loaf. He is there on the NVIDIA GeForce Now blanket. Have you heard about GeForce Now, chat? So what we have planned for tonight, which will probably take up 1 to 2 hours, is Guild Wars 2 about 4 hours ago did a stream, and it was during a time that I could not stream, where they went over what they were planning for the June balance of the game. So there's going to be a lot of stuff in here, and we are going to watch that. Now, I've got 2 links open right now. Actually, you know what? I might cut this and put this on YouTube later, so I'm going to re-explain what I'm about to do, which is why you're about to hear me repeat. Okay, so Guild Wars 2, about 4 hours ago, at the time of recording this, did a stream where they talked about the June balance preview and what they have planned for us. So what we're going to do now is watch that and fast forward through all the parts where they pause or they do like an AFK break or anything like that. One of the benefits to watching stuff a little bit later. We are going to watch this and see what they have planned for us, what we are about to be victim to. Additionally, after that, I do have the written patch notes, and as always, I have links to all of this that I'll put in the description down below if you're watching this later on YouTube. If you don't want to hear me and you just want to read it yourself, that option is always available to you. If you're still watching, that means you do want to hear me, and you know, it's your own fault at that point. Okay, so here we go. So here is their VOD. It looks like there's 7 minutes of build-up, so let's skip ahead a bit.
How's it going today?
Yeah, well, there's Roy. All right, back up. And here we go. And let me turn off my in-game sound, which is in the background.
All right. Welcome back to another Guild Wars 2 balance patch preview. I am, of course, Roy, and I'm joined today by none other than Taylor Brooks. Just before we get started.
Roy misses Nodes Marks, prefers fries over onion rings. Taylor, I'm booning Brooks, usurper of the balanced throne.
We should address the elephant in the room, or rather the elephant that's not in the room, I suppose. Which is that we are short a person today. Cal is not here. And a little bit of a funny story, actually. So last week, Taylor came to the team, and he said, guys, I've been thinking hard, and I came up with a great idea to fix the game. We're going to delete Warrior. And Cal was not very happy with this, and so he said...
it's funny that he says Cal's not happy. I would think that Cal would be the biggest person okay with it. Because during the last one of these balance updates, someone asked the question, they're like, I don't understand what you're doing with Warrior. What is your vision of Warrior? What are you trying to do? And Cal said something along the lines of, I don't know. I don't really know if we have one. To which Warrior mains were like, well, that explains a lot. So I feel like Cal would be the one most okay with just deleting it. I feel like he doesn't care.
No, and Taylor body slammed him 6 feet through a steel cage where he plummeted through a table. And the last we saw of him was him walking off, muttering "kids these days." So he's not going to be with us today on this stream. But there you go. Anyways, Taylor, how's it going today? How you doing?
You know, pretty good. Happy to be here. You know, sad we can't have our leader, our linchpin, the shining light in the darkness, be here with us.
Shining light in the darkness,
you know,
indeed.
nonetheless, we will persevere and continue on.
Very good. Very good indeed. No, in all seriousness, Cal is just on vacation today, so he could not make the stream before we let the rumor mill go too far. But yeah, so he will be back with the next stream. No worries, nothing too crazy there. And yeah, we'll be reunited as the Three Musketeers yet again. But today you are stuck with just Taylor and I. Will be running you through the patch notes for the June balance patch. And as always, the patch notes will be posted on the forums at the end of this stream. Once it is concluded. Once again, and as always, please give us your feedback on the forums, on Reddit, wherever it is that you choose to give us your feedback. We will be looking. We have a long weekend, Memorial Day.
Or just
Mondays
complain
off,
about it in my
so
YouTube
got a lot of time
section.
to read feedback, a lot of extra time. But yeah, I think we can just get right into it. Get started with the patch notes. First up, we got some general sort of changes, sort of overall changes, nothing.
All right, so I'm gonna kind of. There's a lot of folks I have found over time that watch me, like, you know, or they listen to my videos when they're like in the car or they are at work. So I'm just gonna explain what we're seeing. So first slide, they show new amulets: the Heretic's amulet for PvP, which has 1,000 power precision and half that ferocity and healing power, and the new Tyrant's amulet, which has 1,000 power and condi damage with half that precision and toughness. Rune of the Ogre and Rune of Tormenting added to the PvP build panel. Taunt increased the Defiance damage per second from 75 to 100. So that means taunts will be slightly more effective at breaking through break bars in all game modes. Frost Aura reduced the chill duration from 2 seconds of chill to 1 second of chill in World V World only.
Not a class-specific change. We got a couple of amulets that are going to be added to the PvP build panel there. Heretics and Tyrants amulets. You can read those and have some new stat combos there. Rune of the Ogre and Rune of Tormented are also going to be added to the PvP build panel. Taunt, we're going to be increasing the Defiance damage from 75 to 100, a little bit stronger there against break bars. And Frost Aura, this is going to be a World World specific change, but it is still sort of a general note overall, is going to have its chill duration reduced from 2 seconds to 1 second. Again, that's going to be World versus World only. So these are just sort of some general changes there overall for the game mode. But first off, we're going to start off with Warrior, which we are not actually going to be deleting from the game. So we've got some support warrior buffs here. We've got some improvements to the strength trait line, specifically in the competitive game modes, and we've got some defensive utility buffs, mostly in the PvE game modes. So here we just got kind of some general warrior changes. Looking at kind of improving some usability there for some banners. Again, we're trying.
All right, so it looks like he's glossing over it, so I'll read this. Inspiring Whirl. This skill now heals allies instead of granting them regeneration. Banner of Tactics, increase the stability stacks from 1 to 5 in PvE only. Banner of Tactics and Defense, reduce the casting time from 0.8 seconds to 0.3 seconds. Reduce the aftercast by 0.3 seconds. Wow. Endure Pain, reduce the cooldown from 60 seconds to 30 in PvE. Balanced Stance, reduce the cooldown from 40 seconds to 25 in PvE. This is actually kind of cool. So I mentioned when I recently did my tour where I tried to play every PvE healer that provided boons in the game. And when I got to heal Berserker and heal Bladesworn, one of the things that I mentioned about them, so clearly I'm taking complete credit for this change, is the banners did not feel good to use. When I am playing my Ranger or my Tempest, if I want to give the group stability, or my Chrono, I have a button that I click and it instantly pulses out some stability around me. On my Druid, it's just one stack, but it's instant. It is responsive. If I see like a bad thing coming, I can click it. With the banners, it was like, one stability with 6 weeks shipping. It felt bad. It was not responsive to use. You had to plan it further ahead of time. It didn't feel good compared to the alternatives, If it was the only thing in the game like that, you probably wouldn't notice. But once you've tried all the other classes and you realize everyone else has it way easier, it's like, man, why is this kind of sucks? Why? So this is cool. So 0.8 seconds going down to 0.3 to cast. And, I mean, I don't even think this part was necessary, but it's awesome. Stability stacks going from 1 to 5. So that's pretty cool.
to make support warrior a little bit stronger, especially after we've got staff coming into the game and being a pretty strong weapon, pretty strong archetype there for warrior. So we're going to be seeing a lot of changes that are
staff is the strongest new weapon they've added to the game. Like warrior won the weapon lottery. So staff warrior is incredible, and I think most of it is because of the staff, not because of the warrior. The staff is just, the kid is insane.
Going towards that. Also looking at reducing some cooldowns for some stance skills. Specifically, those are going to be PvE only. Once again, a couple more similar sort of notes there. Frenzy going to have its cooldown reduced. Got some other utility skills that are having some cool.
Okay, so to be more specific, Frenzy, reduce the cooldown from 35 to 20 seconds in PvE. Reduce the cooldown from 35 to 30 seconds in PvP World v World. Dolyak Signet, reduce the cooldown from 40 seconds to 25 in PvE. Stomp, reduce the cooldown from 32 to 20 in PvE. Signet of Stamina now activates instantly. Battle Standard, reduce the cooldown from 120 seconds to 90 in PvE. Also very cool. Battle Standard was another one where I made a comparison. Battle Standard is a bit of a cast time, and then it calls down a banner, which instantly reses some people, is assuming they're not like low health with poison or something like that. But 2-minute cooldown, pretty savage. And what is it competing with? It's competing with like, Signet of Mercy, Signet of what is it? Glyph of Renewal. Is it Glyph of Renewal? The Ellie res, the Spirit of Nature, the Glyph of the Stars, things like that. But this one had a much longer cast time and a much longer cooldown. So cool to see that they're shaving 30 seconds off of that.
Cooldown reductions in PvE, and again, another little banner update there. Here's some of the strength notes. Again, kind of focusing on making Strength Warrior a little bit more of a competitive option for some competitive modes. Competitive twice, like to see that. Reckless Dodge, Restorative Strength, Might Makes Right, Shrug It Off. Obviously going to be aimed a little bit more, again, at that sort of support warrior archetype that we were talking about a little bit. And moving away from the general warrior changes, halfway through this slide, again, last couple, or top changes there are going to be a little bit more for that support warrior.
Okay, so reading it out loud, Martial Cadence now also recharges Soldier's Focus when you swap weapons, and causes Soldier's Focus to remove a condition from nearby allies. That's pretty cool. Reduces the quickness duration from 3 seconds to 2 seconds in PvP, and from 3 seconds to 1.5 seconds in World v World. So the main thing that a support warrior was using to remove condies from allies was Shake It Off. And this is cool because it offers another way of them cleansing conditions that doesn't require a utility slot on the bar. Heightened Focus now also grants the user increased outgoing healing for a duration when striking an enemy with a burst skill based on adrenaline spent. Sight Beyond Sight, this skill now also removes 3 non-damaging conditions from the user. And Featherfoot Grace reduced the resistance and super speed duration from 5 seconds to 4 in PvP. Reduce cooldown from 25 seconds in PvP in World v World. Sorry, reduce cooldown to 25 seconds in PvP World v World, and from 30 seconds down to 20 in PvE.
Side, big change here. Martial Cadence is going to be recharging Soldier's Focus on weapon swaps. And also going to be causing it to remove conditions from allies. We're going to be reducing the quickness duration down a little bit in the competitive modes, though. Obviously, just as we're buffing this trade up pretty significantly, we're going to be reducing some of that quickness duration, that quickness application. And then Heightened Focus in the discipline line is going to be getting a little bit more value there for some support trait line or support warriors there. And then we look at the Spellbreaker trait improvements. We're just kind of looking at some of the meditation skills, trying to get them a little bit stronger, get a little bit more usability for those. And Thief, that's going to be it for Warrior. So, Taylor, if you want to talk about some of the Thief changes.
It's funny because I'm watching this recorded after, so I can pause it and stuff like that. But the live chat is screaming, slow down, Rip Warrior, wait, what's going on? Roy is on quickness, slow down. Because apparently he was going through this much faster than they wanted. So Thief, first Thief slide reads, Venom's usability improvements, PvE sword buffs, and defensive utility skill buffs. Big Back says, found you through your Steam vids, good and helpful content, man. Oh, that's awesome, thank you. I usually when people find me, they say it's from my YouTube. It's nice to know some people are finding those useful. Appreciate that.
Changes we've got going on?
Yeah, so...
Steam vids? Yeah, on Steam, you can, I can show you real quick here. If you go to a group on Steam, you can go there. So like if I go to the last spell and I go to the community hub and I go to videos, you can find videos that people connect there. My review for various games I've done is on the Steam page. So whenever it is related to it, I try to put that there. So there's a handful of games I've played where I made some content for that I put it on there. That's what he's talking about.
Thief, we're taking a look at Venoms as far as their usability goes when you're in a group, because Venoms are pretty good right now on their own, but the problem starts when you have multiple Thieves in a group. Right now, they only stack to the amount that one use gives. And so if you have multiple that are using on the same cooldown timer, it gets really awkward, you drop damage, and it feels bad. So we're going to try and address that. As well, we have some other buffs to things in PvE that, aren't really that great right now and could use some help.
All right.
So this first page is just a bunch of sword buffs in PvE. We're going to be realistic and know that these they're not going to make like sword any like meta DPS weapon or anything, but it should feel a lot better to use in open world and be an option for the people that, really want to use sword. We see that sword is like really strong and competitive, so we didn't want to change any like key mechanics to it, but we did want to just try and buff up the things it had.
So Crippling Strike, power coefficient slightly increased in PvE. Tactical Strike, Malicious Tactical Strike, increased power coefficient from 1.3 to 2.0 in PvE. Increased daze duration while behind the enemy from 2 seconds to 3 in PvE. Flanking Strike, power coefficient slightly increased in PvE. Larcenous Strike, reduced the initiative cost from 2 to 1 in PvE, and increased the power coefficient from 1.6 to 2.17 in PvE. Pistol Whip, increased power coefficient from 0.37 to 0.74, so like double in PvE, and increased flurry power coefficient from 0.79 to 1.0 in PvE. God, I'm having PTSD right now. When I started playing this game, one of the most popular Thief builds in PvP was them just porting behind you and spamming Pistol Whip.
All right.
And this kind of goes along.
Wow, and I paused. There's no way that the live chat could have read all that. Because I paused, read it, unpaused, and he went next slide. So next slide is Unload. Increased power coefficient from 0.4 to 0.45, so barely. Shadow Shot. The unblockable shot from this skill will now pierce targets if Deadly Aim trait is equipped. Power coefficient increased from 1.3 to 1.8 in PvE. Scale Venom. Increase the max number of charges Scale Venom allies can gain from 5 to 25. Allies cannot have more than 5 charges of Scale Venom from the same source at any one time. So the reason for that is if you've got a group of 5 thieves that are all running poisons, they won't interfere with each other. They could all use them at the same time and not override each other.
Same thing with some of the pistol skills.
Load
not really
buffs. Loving it.
Yeah. Not really as great as it could be, so we're kind of bumping it up a bit. Obviously not expecting this to be a huge change, but why not? Could be better. And Scale Venom is the first Venom change you see. They're all going to follow the same pattern, basically, where they're getting their stack cap increase so that you can play Venoms in a group of other thieves and not feel bad about it.
Yeah, and so this is just going to be the first Venom we're seeing. We just couldn't fit them all on the same page because there's a lot of Venoms. And so sort of similar changes there for the rest of them, which we'll be showing here. Take a quick look. Also, I apologize for zooming.
Okay, so the next slide reads Spider Venom. Increase max number of charges of Spider Venom. Okay, so I'm just going to summarize here. All the Venoms, Spider Venom, Skelk, Ice Drake, Devourer, can stack up to 25 now. The Spider Venom one has one additional line that says you cannot grant yourself more than 6 stacks at any one time unless Leeching Venoms is also equipped.
Zooming through the Warrior changes a little bit quickly there. I just didn't want to make Taylor too angry by staying on Warrior for too long, but we'll take a little bit of a breather. We'll slow down a little bit. I'm just very excited. I'm pumped up this morning. That's my bad. We'll slow things down for the rest of it. We'll have a nice comfy stream for the rest of it.
He feels the weight of having to cover for Cal.
That's it, basically. Yeah. I do get anxious when Cal is not around. It's true. It's known.
So on Groxton and Big Back, thank you for the subs. I really appreciate that. Next line, Thief. Okay, I'm just going to summarize this. Hide in Shadows, Infiltrator, Signet, and Roll for Initiative each got a few seconds shorter cooldown in PvE. Shadow Refuge reduced the cooldown by almost half in PvE. Shadow Portal increased the number of uses from 5 to 10 in PvE.
Moving off of the Venoms, got some mostly just cooldown.
That means you could have a Thief porting the entire raid on Twin Largos if you're doing Portal Strat, which previously I don't think they
for a lot of utility skills.
Yep. So a big theme you're going to be seeing during this patch, Sodden Warrior, seeing it here, you're going to see for the other professions, is we took a pretty decent pass on a lot of the defensive cooldowns for PvE and tried to normalize their cooldowns to about the 25-20 second range, depending on what they are. Because a lot of skills had really high cooldowns for PvE, kind of due to back when the game, all the modes were combined in their balance, and they had to have higher cooldowns for the competitive modes. Now that it's fully split, don't really need that, and so we did a bigger pass to try and, if you take one defensive utility, it should feel pretty good. In open world and even environments that you just want your build to be more survivable, and you can drop some damage if you're usually greeting for 3 offensive utilities. Now you can take some defense, and it'll be pretty efficient for that one slot. And then at the bottom here we see Shadow Portal. It's getting its uses increased from 5 to 10, 10 being a whole squad, or in PvE content, yay. 5 was kind of bad if you can only do half your squad, when a Mesmer and Scourge can do everyone, so now you can do everyone. So, yeah.
More thieves, more often. What's not to love?
This is all
Any big change you're waiting to hear about? I am hoping they removed the Snot Cloud from the Untamed Staff Ambush and the Untamed F3, so that you do not blind your group and make them play worse. I am hoping that Thieves stop stealthing their teammates. I'm hoping that Spectre no longer has to swap targets rapidly between an ally and an enemy to play properly. Yeah, there's a few things I could wish upon a cloud for. Alright, so next slide says Dagger Storm, reduce cooldown from 90 to 60 in PvE. Pumping Up, increase the might stacks from 1 to 3 in PvE. Escapist Fortitude, increase base healing from 400 to 680 in PvE. Increase the healing coefficient from a little to a little more in PvE. Unhindered Combatant, reduce the duration of the exhaustion buff to 0.1 seconds for all conditions in PvE only.
kind of the same, increasing for PvE some defensive options. You see acrobatics line, some daredevil defensive options getting buffed. So nothing big there.
Well, but we are buffing Pumping Up, and that's pretty important to call
Pumping
out.
Up.
Because
That's pretty good.
Who doesn't love Pumping Up? Am I right?
Deadeye and Spectre Slide. Kneel, reduced initiative cost from 2 to 1 in PvE. Shadow Sap, increase the splash effectiveness of boon duration to allies from 50% to 75% in PvE. Well of Silence, reduce the cooldown from 30 to 25 seconds in PvE.
Get pumped.
Yeah, I got some Deadeye Spectre changes there. A little bit of a nice bump there for Neil in PvE. And then Shadow Sap, again, going to be a little bit, or not really a little bit, going to be 50% stronger now in terms of its splash effectiveness in PvE. And Well of Silence going to be having its cooldown reduced as well for PvE. All right, moving on to Revenant. That's going to wrap it up for Thief.
Okay, so Revenant reads Power Renegade buffs and PvP Herald improvements on the first slide. Big bag, thank you, buddy.
We got some Power Renegade buffs. We obviously had a pretty big change
That
to
was
Renegade
Roy.
in the last major patch with the collar rework. We're looking at just kind of getting some Power Renegade buffs in general, as we still haven't really seen it, fall into favor anywhere. And then we're looking at making Herald
Did it hurt your feelings?
a little bit stronger, specifically in PvP. It's sort of fallen by the wayside a little bit. Not, bad or anything, but definitely getting overshadowed by some of the other Revenant specializations like Vindicator and just other classes in general that sort of match its playstyle. So, not a lot of core.
All right, Rev Stuff says Vicious Reprisal, increase might duration from 8 seconds to 10 in PvE, and from 6 seconds to 10 seconds in competitives. Charged Miss, increase energy gain from 10 to 15 in PvP. Roiling Miss, increase bonus crit chance from 10 to 20 in PvP. Shining Aspects, increase base healing from 5 to 33 in all game modes. Increase the base healing to 533 in all game modes. Reinforced Potency, increase the damage bonus per boon from 1 to 1.5% in PvP.
Revenant specific things. So we are going to.
Lava, I don't know what you're spamming my chat about, but if you want to ban, that's fine. All right, see ya.
We're just starting off with Herald changes on this first page as well. But here you can see some of these changes that we're making to try and make Herald a little bit stronger in PvP. And again, these are going to be PvP focused changes, except for Shining Aspects, which is going to be in all game modes, having its base healing increased, as well as Vicious Reprisal going to be going up a little bit there in World vs. World and PvP. Again, some Renegade buffs.
Yeah, the big thing is that Revenant's performing pretty well everywhere in PvE, so not a lot for it there. As far as a class whole, and then as far as it goes in competitive modes, we're focusing on Herald. You saw that we're increasing the effectiveness of a lot of the Invocation Grandmasters. They were nerfed down a lot, and Song of the Mist was really the only option people took, so we're trying to make the other Grandmasters more appealing. We're being pretty careful with Charge Mist buffs. We've seen that, when you give energy to Revenants, really interesting things can happen. So trying to keep the buff
Interesting
small. Same thing with
things.
Vision Reprisal. Retribution isn't really taking much, so we're giving it a very small buff to see if people are interested in taking it. But you know, going hard on the buffs, we're being pretty wary of what a bunker rev could become with it.
Yeah, absolutely. Moving on to the Renegade specific changes.
All right, so this one, Heroic Command, reduce the energy cost from 10 to 5 in PvP only. Citadel Bombardment, reduce missile spread radius from 240 to 120. Oh, wow. Reduce the damage coefficient from 0.45 to 0.225 in PvP and World v World. Reduce burning duration from 1.5 to 1 second in competitives. Reduce the energy cost from 30 to 25 in PvP only. So pretty substantial decrease to everything it does. Concentrated bombardment. Well, yeah, it's a smaller radius, but they also halved the damage. So it kind of offsets the whole concentration part of it. Ice Razor's Ire reduce the energy cost from 20 to 15 in PvP. And Soul Cleave Summit increase the base healing when summoning another Warband member from 700 to 900. In PvP or oh, true. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, I missed that. So they're reducing the missile spread of the bombardment is in all game modes, but then the nerfs to the damage are only in competitive mode. So in PvE, I guess it would be concentrated.
Again, just trying to give a little bit more power to Power Renegade. So we're going to be bumping up some of the numbers there. Obviously, Soul Cleave Summit not going to be a necessarily power-specific change, but the base healing going to be going up. Pardon me. Energy cost going to be going down for Ice Razor's Ire for PvP only. Citadel Bombardment going to be getting just a little bit better usability and some better damage numbers there as well. Sorry, energy numbers there, energy cost numbers there. And then Heroic Command, again, energy cost going to be going down, PvP focus only.
Yeah, Citadel Bombardment change is going to be pretty decent for everywhere. Its spread is now being matched to be pretty similar to Grenade Barrage. Currently, if you use the skill on a standing still target, you'll be lucky to have like 3 of the missiles hit them. But now with this spread, basically all of them will hit it. Like I've used it on a standing golem, you get pretty much all of them. That's why the damage reduced so much in competitive modes. We didn't touch it in PvE because, you know, some of the hitboxes can get so big, they're hitting all of it anyways, but this should make the skill a lot more consistent. And so we'll be keeping our eye on it, but hopefully it feels a lot better to use.
Absolutely. A couple more Renegade-specific changes here.
All right, so All for One, increase the prot duration from 2 to 3 in PvP. This trait now grants increased damage to the Rev when a legendary Renegade skill is used. This trait will now only trigger while in combat. Brutal Momentum, increase the base crit chance from 10 to 15% in PvP. Vindication, this trait no longer grants might when gaining Kalos Fervor, and instead causes the user to heal for a percentage of their outgoing damage for each stack of Kalos Fervor.
Yeah, so the bigger one for PvE is All for One is becoming a power damage trait, basically. It's going to give you a damage bonus buff for a bit of time when you use a Renegade skill. So the idea is that you want to be swapping through your Renegade and your Shiro or whatever your other stance is going to be, and try and keep that up, try and get a bit more sustained damage. We know that Renegade's burst is pretty decent, as well as the Citadel Bombardment will also help it. So we wanted this to be more of a sustained damage trait to help it outside of Fractals, where we know that's like the one place it's played. And also Vindication, we're changing its bonus. It kind of had to get gutted out of existence for PvP, where it was like giving you might for each Call of Fervor, and Call of Fervor just like falls off of trees, so it's like 25 might perma, and so we had to nerf it, and now it was useless, so now I'm making it something that's not useless. It's going to give you some outgoing lifesteal, basically. So if you want a more sustaining trait, then this is one you take. So, yeah.
There we go. All right, moving on to Taylor's favorite class. Certainly favorite green class, anyway.
So Ranger Slide, first one, reads underutilized skill improvements and shortbow and longbow updates.
Was Ranger. So we got we're looking at some skills that we're not really seeing a lot of use in any really game modes across the whole game. Trying to buff some of those up. We're also looking at some weapons that we don't see getting quite as much use across the game either, specifically
Torch.
shortbow and longbow having a couple of updates, a couple of buffs there.
When he says weapons that we're not seeing across like any game mode, and he says longbow, I mean, World v World and PvP, longbow, I mean, it's a sniper rifle. It always is. Like, I don't think there's ever been a patch where it hasn't been viable somewhere. In PvE, it's not great right now. You can use it. And I know this because I just recently did tests on Power Quickness Untamed, where I tried with maces, with axes, with hammer, with greatsword, with swords, with bow, with longbow, I mean. And longbow was the lowest. It was like, I was able to get 22k with that when I was getting like 29 with hammer or axes. So it's certainly not a great option in PvE, but PvP World v World, just because of the absurd range, it's always decent.
There.
Yep. The
So,
bows were
I don't
falling
know.
behind.
Maybe I don't know
huge
what I'm
flavor
talking
fail.
about. Okay, so first slide reads Poison Volley, which is the short bow 2, I believe. Reduce the cooldown from 8 seconds to 6 in competitives. Crippling Shot, that's short bow 4. The bleeding inflicted by your pet will now use the ranger's condition damage and condition duration. I didn't know that it wasn't. Oh my god. Concussion Shot, that's the short bow 5. Reduce the cooldown from 25 seconds to 20. Long Range Shot, which is longbow 1. Increase the power coefficient from between 0.9 and 1.1 to between 1.1 and 1.25. It does more damage the farther you are. That's why there's multiple numbers there. Rapid Fire, everyone knows what that is. Increase the total power coefficient from 3.75 to 4.5. So slight increase on that.
Well, unacceptable. So we need to buff them. So we're seeing short bows being tweaked a bit more towards competitive. It's not really ever seen. That's not never seen use, but compared to the other condition options, it really isn't competitive, and so we're trying to buff it up there. For PvE, the one that might be interesting is Crippling Shot that bleeds inflicted by your pet now that you use your condition damage. So its use on like an Untamed or a Druid will be the same as if you're a Soul Beast. And we're also seeing Long Range Shot and Rapid Fire be increased in their damage to be more sustained damage. The only time people really used Longbow in like instance PvE content was like a precast or to set up their burst with Barrage. So now hopefully the damage from it just sustain-wise should be pretty decent.
Absolutely. A couple of the utility skills we mentioned, getting some usability improvements.
Signet of Renewal, reduce the cooldown from 35 seconds to 20 in PvE. I actually pulled Signet of Renewal out the other day in the new Fractal for the first time. Signet of Renewal, when you activate it, it pulls 13 conditions. Essentially every condition in the game from 5 allies within 600 range of the pet, it pulls those all to the pet. Now, I jokingly call this Signet of PETA because usually your pet dies 2 seconds later from all the conditions it just absorbed. However, it was good on that new Fractal fight where the boss can corrupt all your boons. So suddenly everyone in the party is feared and crippled and slowed and has every condition in the game. And this one button basically cures, 13 times 5, what is that, 65 conditions in the worst scenario. So that's cool that it's getting a shorter cooldown so you could possibly use it more often. It's useful to pet swap right after you use it so the pet doesn't explode. Signet of Stone, reduce cooldown from 80 seconds to 30 in PvE. Reduce the duration from 6 seconds to 4 in PvE. Going back to Renewal for a second, it's not a bug, but there is a design choice with it that I wish that they would tweak. Signet of Renewal doesn't have a range check. For example, going into the game for a second, if I target this Jadebot, you see the little red line under some of my skills? That means I'm not in range of it. I am in range of those. But if I back up, look, that just got a red line. And if I back up further, see that just got a red line, the charge, but now it goes away. This is a range check. Signet of Renewal will fail. It will not work on you if you are not within range of your pet. So it's an emergency condition cleanse that can not work if you're 1 foot out of range of your pet, but it doesn't have a range check. So, and nothing feels worse than hitting that button that would have saved your life. It doesn't cure the condition. Maybe it was fear. Maybe it was just 30 dots, whatever. And it doesn't work because your pet's a hair out of range of you, and then you die. And it's on cooldown because it did go off. It's the only condition cleanse in the game that is conditional like that I know of. But it's not... I wish it didn't have the range requirement at all. I think the range requirement is stupid, and it's very frustrating, especially in like PvP or something.
Hey, look, it's the
But
tree of birds.
if there is going to
How
be a
are you
range
today?
requirement, they need to show it, and it doesn't show it. Okay, Signet of Stone, we just went over. So shorter cooldown and also shorter duration. Quickening Zephyr, reduce cooldown from 35 to 20 seconds in PvE. That's crazy. Those are really good stun breaks. Lightning Reflexes, reduce cooldown from 24 to 20 in PvE. Strength of the Pack, increase the might duration from 6 to 10 in competitive game modes.
Or not really usability improvements, but just some buffs. Again, kind of focusing on some skills that we don't really see being taken a lot. Most of these are going to be PvE only. Strength of the Pack getting a little bit of a bump up there for its might duration in World vs. World and PvP. Mostly just to try and give Rangers a little bit more options of supporting allies with might, or potentially just booting themselves up there. Some might generation for any of the builds that we're seeing pop up in World vs. World and PvP.
And then this slide Lead the Winds is getting a like mini rework where it's going to change how it gives you the boons. Before it would only give you the boons if you strike a target beyond 1200 range, which is like really.
Okay, so real quick here, Spirit of Nature, reduce a cooldown from 120 seconds to 90. That is the AoE res that Base Ranger has. Not to be confused with Glyph of the Stars, which is Druid only. So it looks like they're giving this the exact same treatment that they did with the Warrior Banner. So they're shaving 30 seconds off the AoE res. Lead the Winds. This trait no longer grants boons when striking a target at long range. Now grants boons when using point-blank shot. So point-blank shot is the arrow that knocks you back. If you've ever PvP'd against a ranger, they usually use that to knock you down, then immediately use rapid fire on you. So in the past, the Lead the Winds trait would give you a few seconds of quickness and some other buffs when you shot at someone that was really far away. So they're changing how it works. The Juvenile Ether Hunter. That's the thing that looks like a shark, but it's swimming through the land. It was one of the new pets in Soto. When it first came out, it was bugged and kind of unusable for like a month or two, where if you swapped from another pet to the Ether Hunter, it was non-responsive for like 3 to 5 seconds. It would not listen to anything. It wouldn't attack anything. It just sat there and watched you die. But they did fix that eventually. And now they're changing the following. Lunge, increase the hitbox size. Reduce the cripple duration from 8 seconds to 3. So it's easier for it to land, but the amount of cripple it does is reduced. Dimensional Break, reduce the aftercast by about 1 second. Leyline Vortex, increase the power coefficient from 0.3 to 0.5. Lunge on Soul Beast, so when you're merged with it, reduce the power coefficient from 1.2 to 1. And Leyline Vortex on Soul Beast, increase the number of hits from 4 to 8. Reduce the number of torment stacks per hit from 2 to 1. Reduce the power coefficient per hit from 0.6 to 0.35. So the hits are a little bit weaker, but you do 8 of them instead of 4. So if one misses, you're less penalized now.
Really rare in a lot of cases, and it felt inconsistent. So now it gives you quickness and swiftness when you use point-blank shot, which feels a lot better. You can combo point-blank shot into rapid fire or barrage or channels, so you have quickness for them. So maybe this trait sees use. It has a lot of competition with the other 2 slots, but you know, if you want to be a bow ranger, then hopefully this feels better. And then Juvenile Aether Hunter. These are a lot of words to say we hopefully made it feel better to use. It had some pretty long aftercasts and weirdness to it, so we're shifting it and maybe also hopefully making the Soul Beast version of it feel better, kind of increasing that Leyline Vortex to feel more like a fire overload where you hit them a lot of times. So yeah, so hopefully pet feels better to use.
Absolutely. I do want to summon my air shark. And got some Soul Beast changes.
All right, so Soul Beast specific changes. Prelude Lash. This is when you merge with the pet, with some of your pets. It's one of the abilities you get that pulls in nearby enemies and immobilizes them for a moment, often used to set up combos. Reduced the power coefficient from 0.4 to 0.01. 1/40th of what it was in World v World and PvP. Tail Swipe on Soul Beast. Soul Beast merged with a Drake. Fixed an issue that prevented this skill from being affected by quickness. Wing Buffet on Soul Beast Wyvern Merge fixed an issue that caused this skill to impose a 1-second global cooldown. Doyak Stance reduced the cooldown from 30 seconds to 25 in PvE.
Just here, going to be fixing issues for a couple of pet skills, and then a little bit of a nerf to Prelude Lash in the competitive game mode, just lowering that power coefficient down, and another usability or utility skill that we're not really seeing used quite as often in PvE, having its cooldown reduced. Therefore, Doyak Stance.
Yep.
Untamed.
So these are some Untamed things. The Unleash Pet. We got a lot of feedback that people don't.
So it's chatting with someone in the chat box about the Signet of Renewal thing. Signet of Renewal is, again, it cleanses everything within 600 range of the pet. The problem is, like, if you try to use that in PvP, if you are a hair outside of it, if you're 601 units away, it goes on full cooldown. It has no range indicator to tell you beforehand you're out of range, even if you thought you were, and then it doesn't save you, and then you die. It is the only condition cleanse in the game that can fail, where you're like, I have conditions, I hit button, it doesn't work, and then nothing happens. Additionally, there's the pathing in the game. You can sometimes be running in a straight line, get in trouble, but your pet, did this weird movement around some invisible box or wall thing to catch up to you because the pathing is screwy in some places, and then your Signet fails because of the pathing in the game. for those reasons, like at bare minimum, it needs the range check. Bare minimum, it needs that. Like I do consider it a bug that it doesn't have a range check on it because so many other skills do. As far as the other stuff, it is design choice that I just disagree with, and I recognize that. So, I mean, if people disagree with me on that, it's fine. You know, obviously ArenaNet does because they haven't changed that thing. I just don't think that's good. I just don't think it's good. It's the only condition cleanse in the game that can just flat out fail to work.
Like seeing their pet be green all the time when they play Untamed.
Okay,
and
so we got an Untamed slide here. So Unleash Pet, the unleashed visual effect will now fade out over time when applied to the pet like it does on their player. So when Untamed first came out, if you were unleashed, you turned that snot green thing and then you just stayed green all the time. And when you move the unleashed to your pet, it would turn snot green and stays green all the time. People complained, and then they made it so that the player does not stay snot green forever. It's just for a few seconds. But the pet still does stay green forever. So it sounds like they're changing it so that snot visual effect goes away after a few seconds. Toxic Shot, increased velocity by 33%. This skill now weakens regardless if the target is poisoned. Increase the poison and torment durations from 5 seconds to 6. Toxic Shot. I think Toxic Shot was the short bow ambush, but I'd have to double check. Mutate conditions reduce the cooldown from 30 seconds to 20 in PvE. That is the Untamed related Condi cleanse.
So we are changing it so Unleashed Pet's visual effect will now fade over time, kind of like it does on you. So it'll become green and then back to normal. So if you like having your pet unleashed but don't like it being green, hooray. Toxic Shot, this kind of rolls back into...
I'm glad they're doing this. I'm hoping there's a slide right after this that says they reduce the intensity of the staff heal ambush and the F3, because those are the ones that blind your whole party and they can't see and they stand in red circles.
Short bow, how we were talking about, it's Untamed Ambush was kind of holding it back a decent amount from use. So we're increasing its usability and also a bit of its damage. Not by a whole lot, but hopefully its skill feels a lot better to use.
Could I get maybe like a little bit more of an enthusiastic hooray? Too?
Yay!
That was yay, not hooray. Oh, the whole word.
Take what you can get, man.
Where's Cal? All right. Moving off of...
Sadly, that is the end of the Ranger slide. Bummer. There's even someone in the live chat right now saying reduce snot field intensity. But, yeah. All right, Necromancer slide. Says World v World sword buffs and Harbinger survivability improvements.
Taylor's favorite green class to my favorite green class, Necromancer. We're going to be looking at World versus World. I love Necro. I never had any issues with Necro. Looking at World versus World buffs for sword specifically. We've, touched it a little bit since, the initial launch of the sword for Necro, but we're still not really seeing it have the success that we want it to in World versus World. So we're going to be hopefully bumping it up to a place where it's going to be a little bit more competitive with things like Scepter, things like Axe, depending on what sort of build you're playing. And then we're also looking at some survivability improvements for Harbinger in this patch as well. But here...
Okay, so next Necro slide. Feast of Corruption. Increase the number of boons corrupted from 1 to 2 in PvP. Increase the cooldown from 10 seconds to 12 in PvP. Satiate. Increase the power coefficient from 0.6 to 0.9 in World v World. Path of Gluttony. This skill now corrupts a boon on target struck. Gorge reduces the number of boons corrupted from 2 to 1 in PvE and PvP. And Gormandize increased the power coefficient from 0.6 to 1.0 in World v World only.
Here, of course, we've got some of these sword skills. Gormandize, what a great name that skill is. Glad to see that one return. Wonder who named it. So that's just going to have its power coefficient going up. And then we're going to be changing how the leap skill, the 3 skill, Path of Gluttony works a little bit. So it's the initial hit is now going to corrupt a boon instead of having to wait for that flip over, the second charge of that leap to get the boon removal. So you have a little bit more boon removal up front. Again, hopefully to try to make that a little bit more competitive with things like Axe 3, which is already going to be corrupting boons on hit there. And then, of course, lowering the number of boons to reflect that for PvE and PvP, where it's going to be matching the number that already was there for World vs. World. So getting some more boon rip up front for players, especially in World vs. World, is going to be pretty important. That's obviously something that Necromancer plays around a lot, and so we're going to be hopefully seeing that feel a lot better. And then, of course, power coefficient up for Satiate in World vs. World. Feast of Corruption is going to have a little bit of a buff for PvP as well. Just getting Scepter hopefully feeling a little bit better for some Necro builds in PvP. So boons up from boons corrupted up from 1 to 2, and of course the cooldown is going to be going up a little bit alongside that as well, since it'll be a lot stronger.
Yep, we wanted to see Scepter get buffed a bit after Weapon Master training. Pistol kind of overshadowed everything, and so we're trying to increase what Scepter wants to do. Hit that big 3 skill, get 2 corrupts. Increasing the cooldown just a tad. Obviously, this isn't like a super big cooldown increase, but we wanted to, since it's 2, if you want to use it twice per like Scepter loop, probably have to wait a bit on the weapon.
All right. some more changes that we're kind of seeing a little bit.
Okay, so we got a new slide now. It reads, consume conditions, reduce the cooldown from 30 seconds to 25 in PvE. Spectral Ring will now perform an initial strike that does Defiance Bar damage when deployed in PvE. So Spectral Ring in PvE, this is of course the ghostly looking circle that every time you pass through it, you get feared. Very good tool in PvP for some builds. In PvE, if you dropped it where the edge of it was on the boss, it wouldn't always do anything if the boss didn't move. If the boss just held still and kept attacking you, it wasn't a good interrupt tool in that situation. So it sounds like they're trying to change that. That's kind of cool. It'll be interesting to see how much Defiance Bar that initial strike does in terms of Defiance damage. Spectral Armor, reduce the cooldown from 30 seconds to 20 in PvE. Spectral Walk, reduce cooldown from 30 to 20 in PvE. Signet of the Locust, reduce cooldown from 25 to 20 in PvE. And Well of Power, reduce the cooldown from 25 to 20 in PvE. Very interesting. There's just so many skills like across the classes where they're like, yeah, not many people are using this. Let's try putting a 20-second cooldown on it and see what happens.
Common trend here, cooldown reductions for PvE, trying to make some of these utility skills that we don't really see as often across classes a little bit more competitive. So a bunch of those going to be getting cooldown reductions for PvE, and a little bit of a QL buff there for Spectral Ring in PvE. It's now going to perform an initial strike that deals Defiance Bar damage for PvE.
Yeah, Spectral Ring is a change you're going to see on Guardian and Elementalist when we get to those skills. Basically, all of those skills that like CC'd someone when they walk through it were like completely useless in PvE when the boss stands still. So now we're changing all of them. So PvE only, you'll do a strike when you set it down, and anything like on the wall or inside the ring will get CC'd when you use it.
Yeah, and it is pretty important to note that it's obviously going to be PvE only, since a lot of those skills are already very strong and used a lot in World versus World and PvP, and we're not going to be changing the way those skills work in those.
All right, so the first Harbinger slide, Elixir of Ignorance. This skill will now grant protection in addition to previous effects. Reduce the cooldown from 24 to 20 seconds in PvE. Elixir of Bliss. Reduce the cooldown from 25 to 20 seconds in PvE. Implacable Foe. This trait now grants damage reduction for a short duration when entering Harbinger Shroud.
So, Harbinger changes here. PvE only is going to be the first two. Elixir of Bliss, again, similar as always, just going to be having its cooldown reduced there. And then also a little bit of protection added across the board for Elixir of Ignorance. And then Implacable Foe, going to be having damage reduction for a short duration when entering Harbinger Shroud. You want to talk about that?
Yep, we've seen Harbinger in PvP specifically, both having less health from Blight and also not having Shroud is like a really big hindrance from your performance, especially in the higher tiers. So there's two changes here to help. Elixir of Ignorance is getting protection on it, just base. So just having that source of protection that you can use, it's also a stun break, I'm pretty sure. Elixir of Ignorance, that's the resistance one. That would be like pretty good. An Implacable Foe, it's around 2 seconds of damage reduction for 50%. If people didn't know, when you're in like Death Shroud or Reaper Shroud, you have 50% damage reduction just naturally. And so this should kind of emulate that for when you go into Shroud. So people, you know, if you can see a burst coming and go into Shroud and mitigate a lot of it, it should hopefully help skilled Harbingers mitigate a lot of the defenses they lose for being a Harbinger.
Absolutely. All right, moving on to Mesmer.
I said first page of Harbinger. That was apparently the only one. Mesmer, first page reads PvE defensive utility buffs and PvE power vert improvements.
We're going to be looking at some utility buffs for PvE, specifically defensive skills, as well as Power Virtuoso. Going to be getting some improvements this patch, specifically for PvE. Build that we're not that we want to see bumped up a little bit there. A lot of condition Virtuoso, not as much power.
Yep, these Mesmer changes, the first two are axes for PvP. Axes.
And there's a guy in chat that just says, Mirage exists. It does. Mesmer, imaginary axes. Increase the torment duration from 4 seconds to 8 in PvP and World v World. Lingering Thoughts. Reduce the ammunition recharge time from 10 seconds to 8 in PvP and World v World. Phantasmal Berserker. Fixed an issue where the initial strike of this skill did not count as a blade for trait purposes. Ether Feast. This skill will now also remove one condition, plus an additional condition for each active clone. Decoy. Reduce the cooldown from 40 seconds to 20 in PvE only. Mirror Images. Reduce the cooldown from 30 seconds to 25 in PvE only.
Doesn't really use a lot. Condition Mirage in general isn't used a lot. Condition Mirage is a build where we always have like our eye on to make sure that it doesn't get out of control. But we felt like it was in a point where we could definitely touch it a bit, bring it up, and access specifically. So you're going to see that the ambush are going to be doing more damage, and you're going to be able to use it 2 a bit more often. Then also, this is a game-wide change, but really helpful for competitive. Ether Feast is a heal that, a lot of people don't take anymore. So we felt like if we put some condition cleanse on it, something Mesmers, don't have a lot of access to, would be a pretty good buff. So this is 1 condition plus 1 for each clone. So it's like 1 to 4 based on how many. So it can be pretty powerful if you use it against condition builds. And then the last 2 changes here are just those utility changes we talked about.
All right, this is actually my...
All right, pausing. Next line for Mesmer. Veil, reduce the cooldown from 72 seconds to 30 seconds in PvE only. Signet of Midnight, reduce the cooldown from 30 seconds to 20 in PvE only. Mass Invisibility, reduce the cooldown from 48 seconds to 35 in PvE only. Signet of Humility, this skill now requires a target. This skill can no longer be retargeted. The skill now plays an effect above its target's head. Reduce the duration from 6 seconds to 2 in World v. World only. Oh my god, I like that. Okay, so let me explain real quick. Signet of Humility is one of the things I have talked about in the past. That is the one that, also known as Moa Signet. It turns you into a chicken. And it has no counter in the game. And I have a problem with that. You cannot cleanse out of it. You cannot have someone else cleanse you. You cannot stun break out of it. It has no counter. So what you can only do is just try to not get hit by it in the first place. The problem is in PvP, they can hit you with that from invis. They can go invisible with the torch or with the some of the other skills, and then they can just jump you with that. And all you can do, and once you're a MOA, is try to dodge. But if their second attack is an immobilize, you cannot do anything to help your survivability. So block and dodge equals counter. I just went over that just a second ago. So now, if it plays a thing above your head, even if they're casting it from invisibility, you might have a chance to respond to it. And I like that. I mean, it's been a problem ever since they halved the cooldown of it, because it wasn't always seen when it had a much longer cooldown, but then they reduced it dramatically, and it's been kind of a problem ever since. Illusion of Vulnerability, increase the number of vuln stacks from 3 to 6 in PvE. Mental Gymnastics, reduce the internal cooldown from 10 seconds to 5 in PvE.
My favorite page of the patch, the entire patch, Signet of Humility, going to be getting some changes to how that skill functions a little bit. So you're now going to be required to have a target, so you can't necessarily precast it there. You also cannot retarget the skill. It has a big effect above the target's head, so you know if you're being targeted with it, as well as reducing the duration of when you get transformed into that MOA from 6 to 2 seconds in World vs. World. So this is mostly aimed at people kind of single-targeting commanders in World vs. World and abusing that skill, but also just giving it a little bit better visual tell, a little bit more counterplay around the skill, since it is a very, very powerful skill in general in modes like PvP as well.
Yep, to give a bit of context what each of these little bits mean, the skill now plays an effect above its target's head. It means it's going to play the Signet animation above your target, no matter how far away you are or if you're in stealth. So stealth mowing now has a tell. Unfortunate for you Mesmer players.
Yeah, now has a tell. It didn't. It didn't. There was... you just dodge. You could... It's like, what, you're just walking along, there's literally no sound or visuals around you. You're like, I should dodge right now.
Want to do that. And to make sure that this target is always accurate, it now requires a target and it can't be retargeted. So you can't like start the cast on someone and then swap over. If you start the cast on someone, that's who it's going to hit. And yeah, for World v. World, we're also reducing the duration to 2 seconds just because we felt like in World v. World specifically, the skill did not serve a lot of purpose, but we really wanted to preserve its use in PvP specifically. And so we kept the mechanic, but we're making sure that if you get hit by a MO in World v. World, you're not just going to die because people focus you and you can't do anything.
Yeah, absolutely. And then, as we've seen, a bit of a common trend, a lot of cooldown reductions for a couple of skills that we're not really seeing being used very much. Massive Viz, Signet of Midnight, Veil, Mental Gymnastics, as well as number of vuln stacks going up for Illusion of Vulnerability from 3 to 6, so doubling that there for PvE. All right, moving on.
All right, so Mirage/Virtuoso page. Sand Through Glass, reduce the cooldown from 25 seconds to 20 in PvE. Psychic Force, reduce the cooldown from 25 seconds to 20 in PvE. Blade Renewal, reduce the cooldown from 60 seconds to 35 in PvE. Deadly Blades, increase the duration of the damage bonus from 5 to 7 seconds in PvE. Infinite Forge, this trait now also causes blade attacks to deal more damage. fixed an issue where Blade Song Dissonance and Blade Turn Requiem were not affected by mental anguish.
Onto the Mirage and Vert changes. If you want to.
Yep. So the bigger one here is Infinite Forge is now going to give Blade attacks damage bonus. So all those effects that are named Blade are going to get a strike damage bonus. That should hopefully be the bump that Power Vert gives to be gets to be a competitive build.
All right. All right, moving on to blue class.
I'm glad I didn't watch this live. He's already moved on from that page. There's no way they read that fast enough. Guardian PvE wards, quality of life. PvE support Firebrand improvements. Valor and Radiance synergy improvements.
Surprisingly more, the ward skills, as we're calling them, are going to be getting some, same thing as Spectral Ring there for Necro, some quality of life there for PvE. We're looking at support Firebrand being improved a little bit in PvE as well. It's a support spec that just hasn't really seen quite as much love as some of the other ones recently. And looking at some improvements to Valor, just to kind of try and give a little bit more synergy value there with Radiance. So maybe we see a little bit more meditation builds for Guardian being brought back a little bit again, potentially even some core DPS builds, potentially.
Okay, next Guardian page, Line of Warding, that's from their staff. This skill now performs an initial strike that does Defiance bar damage when deployed in PvE. So they're giving it the same treatment that they gave to the Spectral Ring. Ring of Warding now performs an initial strike that does Defiance bar damage in PvE. So again, the Spectral Ring treatment. Hunter's Ward, the ward created by the skill, now performs an initial strike that deals Defiance bar damage when created PvE. That's from the, what was the Dragon Hunter Longbow, the Baby Gates thing, I think. So same thing. Contemplation of Purity, reduce cooldown from 32 to 20 seconds in PvE. Judge's Intervention, reduce cooldown from 32 seconds to 20 in PvE. Save Yourselves, reduce the cooldown from 40 seconds to 25 in PvE.
Essentially, but as we can see, their Line of Warding, Ring of Warding, and Hunter's Ward, again, only in PvE, are going to have initial strikes that will be affecting Defiance bars. Again, same thing as Spectral Ring. Already went over that. And then some cooldown reduction for skills that we're not really seeing used in PvE on Guardian builds there for utility skills. Moving on.
Let's see. Guardian/Dragon Hunter. Focus Mastery. This trait will now also grant resolution when you use a focus skill. Monk's Focus now also grants resolution to allies whenever you use a meditation skill. Fragments of Faith reduce the cooldown from 36 seconds to 25 in PvE.
The Valor skills, or Valor traits I should say, Focus Mastery and Monk's Focus, we're going to be putting Resolution on them, again, just to give them some more synergy with Radiant Straight Lines, and kind of make, again, that meditation build that we haven't really seen being used very recently feel a little bit better. So Resolution when you use meditation skills, and Resolution when you're using Focus skills. Focus Mastery, a trait that we're not really seeing being used often in any builds either, just hopefully make that a little bit more competitive, and again, if you're looking for Resolution uptime, maybe you take that trait. And then for Dragon Hunter, only one change there, Fragments of Faith, again, cooldown reduction there for PvE.
Yep, Monk's Focus here is intended to fill a hole. Guardian for the longest time now has been really balanced around the trait in Radiance that gives you crit chance when you have Resolution, but the only real consistent way to get Resolution was from Virtues, and using Virtues in that line, and so we're hopefully, with giving Resolution on Meditation skill, maybe there's a chance that Guardians can drop Virtues for Valor now and still have Resolution uptime for their Radiance traits, and feel better about taking Meditations, because now they have the damage to do it.
Absolutely. All right, moving on to the Firebrand changes. Again, mostly going to be aimed at PvE.
All right, so Firebrand page, Epilogue Ashes of the Just increased the might stacks from 5 to 8 and increased the duration from 8 seconds to 10 in PvE. Shining River reduced the page cost from 2 to 1 in PvE, increased the healing coefficient per pulse from 0.23 to 0.35 in PvE. Daring Challenge increased the taunt duration from 1 second to 2 in PvE, and I'll also remind that they are increasing how much defiance damage that taunts do. That was a general change that affected everyone. So Daring Challenge will be 2.5 times stronger against break bars than what it was before. Valiant Bulwark reduced the page cost from 2 to 1 in PvE, Stalwart Stand reduced page cost from 2 to 1 in PvE, and Lore Master reduced the page generation interval from 6 to 5 in PvE. Bluebell, we are about 3/4.
In fact, everything's going to be aimed at PvE. Looking at just, again, buffing up support Firebrand. So might stacks are going to be going up, duration's going to...
Real quick, Bench, thank you for the raid. We're currently watching the June Balance Preview. It is pinned at the top of chat. If anybody just wants to watch the source, we're seeing this for the first time.
Going to be going up. We're going to be reducing some page costs for some of the more supportive skills on Firebrand. Again, aimed at just trying to make the support spec a little bit more competitive with some of the other supports in PvE.
Yep, Guardian has a lot of utility, and Firebrand had trouble squeezing all of it out when it wanted to and also keep up healing compared to some other classes. So we're reducing page costs so that they can use the utility when they need to, but also have the pages for healing, as well as Daring Challenge is getting its taunt duration increase, which goes to, at the beginning, we showed that taunt was getting its defiance damage to match fear, so it's going from 75 damage to 200. So pretty good skill there. And as well, Lore Master is getting its page generation interval lowered to match PvP to go with, if you want more pages, Lore Master helps you get more pages even more now.
More pages more often.
Yep.
What's not to love?
What's
All right.
not to love?
Okay, so we've got our first slide for Engineer, which reads Alchemy Improvements, PvE Power Adjustments, and Elixir X.
Moving on to Engineer. We've got Alchemy Improvements, we've got PvE Power Adjustments, and we've got Elixir X, which is its own node, apparently, here. Very big Elixir X fans in the chat, I'm sure. So, Healing Turret, not...
Okay, so Engineer, Healing Turret reduced cooldown from 30 seconds to 25 in PvP and World v World. Personal Battering Ram reduced launch distance from 450 to 0 in PvP only. Did they do that because they don't want you knocking people off of, like, capture nodes with it? I'll continue reading. Reduce the ammunition recharge from 30 seconds down to 20 in PvP only. So launch is different from knockback. Most skills that do launch can knock someone off of, like, if someone's downstate and you hit them with a launch, you can move their body. Let's see. Elixir S reduced the cooldown from 60 seconds to 30 in PvE only. Elixir U reduced the cooldown from 32 seconds to 20 in PvE only. Reduced the cooldown from 32 seconds to 25 in PvP and World v World. Reduced quickness and vigor durations from 6 seconds to 4 seconds in PvP and World v World. Reduced stability duration from 6 seconds to 4 in World v World. All right, let's see if they explain why these.
Not really seen very often in the competitive modes. Just going to reduce its cooldown a little bit. It is a pretty strong skill, and we did, I think, sometime last year make some changes to it to try and make it feel a little bit better to use. But we're still not really seeing it being used in PvP or World versus World, and World versus World especially, where we do see obviously a lot of medkit usage. Not necessarily sure that this would take it over, but just trying to bump up that skill a little bit, make it feel a little bit more competitive. It is a pretty powerful skill on its own, so we don't really want to buff up the skill itself, but just some cooldown reduction there for competitive modes.
Yep. Big personal battering ram change.
Yes.
Cal's not here, so I can make fun of him. He is convinced that personal battering ram is the correct utility to take on support engineer, and that's why we're lowering the cooldown. You can see here that we're reducing the launch distance to 0. That basically means they're going to go up, down instead of away from you. This is so we can safely reduce the cooldown without having to worry about decap NGs. Decap builds something we historically really hate, and so we're trying to make sure they don't come back.
Yeah. So it is really important if you are planning on giving any feedback about the changes you've seen today. When you go and give your feedback, regardless of anything else you say, please let us know if Cal is either right about personal battering ram or wrong. And especially if you think he's wrong, definitely make sure you post that feedback. Yeah.
Personal Battering Ram is a melee range interrupt. You have to be very close for it to land. So making it just do a 0-second bump in the air and then land back down, I can't imagine. I mean, you can hold 2 charges of it, but I can't imagine wanting that as a utility option. But I am not, I haven't recently mained my NG in PvP, so it's completely possible I'm wrong on that, but that's how I view that.
Absolutely. Got some cooldown reduction there for Elixir S as well as for Elixir U. Some cooldown reduction as well for Elixir U in the competitive mode, just going to be having a little bit less of that cooldown reduction. And then we've got some of the boon durations to reflect that reduced in PvP and World versus World. Obviously, stability being a little bit more important. In World versus World specifically, you're going to have that duration going down in that mode only.
Yep.
More utility skill changes here, as well as some tool belt skills. Toolkit skills.
All right, so these...
So cooldown reduction there for...
This page reads, Utility Goggles. Reduce the cooldown from 24 seconds down to 20 in PvE. Detection Pulse now also inflicts vulnerability on enemies. Super Speed from Slick Shoes Tool Belt skill. Reduce the cooldown from 25 seconds to 20 in PvE only. Pry Bar, increase the power coefficient from 2.0 to 2.5 in PvE only. Pry Bar is one of the skills in the toolkit. You pull out a crowbar and smack someone across the head, and it does a bunch of power damage and confusion. Throw Wrench, increase the cooldown from 17 seconds to 20 in PvE only. Increase power coefficient per hit from 1.0 to 1.5 in PvE only. I think Throw Wrench like boomerangs back to you so it can hit multiple times. Magnet is the pull in the Engineer's Toolkit. This skill now properly plays its visual effect over the full channel. The skill cannot be retargeted. The skill now applies bonus Defiance damage to targets with Defiance bars. So it can be used as a stronger CC in PvE, and I guess in PvP or World v World, there's more of a tell to see when someone's using Magnet on you. In the past, anytime I got pulled by Magnet, I just kind of had to know, like, oh, I'm suddenly over here now, and this is an engineer. He probably used Magnet on me. Like, it was not a massive tell unless you were watching the engineer's hand very closely.
For utility, Utility Goggles, Detection Pulse is now going to inflict vulnerability on enemies. This is obviously a skill that doesn't really do much in PvE specifically, and so, you know, it's a little harder to take Utility Goggles. It has a very niche use, well, not necessarily niche use, but it has some use in some of the more competitive modes if you're playing against players who can utilize stealth. And, you know, so we do see it used sometimes there, but we're not really seeing it used in PvE, so now maybe inflicting vulnerability will allow you to feel a little bit better about taking Utility Goggles, especially with the cooldown reduction, as it is a pretty strong skill, just in general. And then, again, some toolkit buffs.
Yep, toolkit hopefully pretty good. Magnet is getting a similar treatment to MOA, just because it had the same kind of problems that MOA did in World v World. That this is a long-range CC and can really be used to pull people out of position. It didn't have a great tell, so now we're playing the full visual effect over its channel, and then it also can't be retargeted. But to also buff it in PvE, because it's CC, it was a pretty long cast for pretty bad CC, so it's going to do some bonus defiance damage. So hopefully Toolkit is looking pretty good as a kit. You know, have a pretty big hit from Prybar, throw a wrench, also pretty good. Have a block on it, always great. And now Magnet gives you pretty good CC, so pretty well-rounded kit, I would say.
Absolutely. All right.
Okay, next slide. Freeze Grenade, increase power coefficient from per hit from 0.5 to 0.75 in PvE. Poison Grenade, reduce cooldown from 25 to 20 in PvE. Reduce the power coefficient per hit from 0.5 to 0.75 in PvE. Supply Crate, reduce the cooldown from 120 to 75 in PvE. That's pretty substantial. 55-second reduction in the Supply Crate PvE cooldown. I often see that, like, if people are using that, it's usually as a CC, because just dropping the crate is a big CC, and then the turrets are just kind of a bonus. So we'll see if it gets more use. Elixir X now also has a chance to turn you into a Lich? What? I feel like Elixir X has been untouched for 10 years, and now it can turn you into a Lich. Alright. Okay, the funny thing about Lich, which there have been some seasons where Lich has been like the meta pick in PvP, and the problem with it has always been that whether you're power or Condi, it hits like a truck. I don't know why, but even if you're Condi, the scaling on it hits you like a freaking truck. So that's kind of funny that it does that now. Compounding Chemicals. This trait now also removes a condition from the user when they use an Elixir skill. Emergency Elixir has been reworked and renamed to Boiling Point. Gain Fury when you gain Might, or at or above the threshold.
So this is, of course, you know, I think what is now going to be everyone's favorite page. Elixir X.
Mine.
Yeah, it certainly is. Elixir X is going to have a chance to transform the user into a Lich. So this is obviously going to be the skill that currently can transform you into either a Tornado or the Rampage form, Warrior's Elite Rampage. So we're going to be now changing it to have basically a 1/3 chance to transform you into one of those two or a Lich. The idea being that, you know, a lot of the times, you know, especially in competitive modes or PvP, you know,
One of the guys in the VOD chat, says all 9 engineer players are stoked.
really be trying to get that Rampage. You wouldn't necessarily want to be getting the Tornado. So we are lowering the chance to get that a little bit, but we're also lowering the chance to get Tornado a little bit, and giving you a pretty strong utility skill, or a pretty strong, powerful skill in the form of Lich. Adds a little bit more flavor to the skill, adds a little bit potential more usability, changes up how maybe that skill can be used, and play it around a little bit. Just make it a little bit more fun and exciting, instead of just nerfing the skill, or rather nerfing the chance to get Tornado.
I honestly, I would never desire to use that, because it would be unreliable. 1 in 3 Tornado, 1 in 3 Rampage, 1 in 3 Lich. Anytime you press the button, you just never know what you're going to get. It's kind of funny. I think players who main Orcs and Warhammer would love it. Just wog and just see what happens. Just because they love RNG, but it's tough to use that in serious content because it's unreliable.
I mean, yeah, the biggest reason was like, why not?
Why not?
Yeah. Why not?
Why not?
Yeah, you also see on this page where increasing grenades.
You know, if we're doing why not, I want them to just say muck it with this skill. Just say, you know, we ballin'. And just every patch, add a new random thing that Elixir X can do. Like, next patch, there'll be a 1 in 4 chance you turn into a fire hydrant. You know, next chance, there's a 1 in 5 chance that you win whatever fight you're in. Just keep adding more things.
Damage a bit in PvE. There was a bug fix to make it so kits are not supposed to proc Relic of the Firework in anywhere, and so we fixed that, and that made these skills
wild
not exactly
magic.
worth using anymore. So we're trying to buff them up in compensation. It's kind of like a trade here. You'll see when we get onto Holosmith. We're hopefully not nerfing it that much, but shifting its power budget into Grenade and out of some other places. But if we move on down to the last 2 points here, we see that we're changing Alchemy a bit. Compounding Chemicals is getting a function that it used to have back. It used to cleanse conditions, it was removed, now it's back. That's pretty big because in competitive we see that tools is pretty good at removing conditions. And that's a big part of NG is having that sustain there. And so by putting it in Alchemy, we're hopefully giving them some different ways that they can play Engineer. This also goes along with, you'll see Emergency Elixirs being reworked to Boiling Point, where you will gain Fury when you gain Might at or above the threshold. When you're playing Alchemy, you have a lot of Might, HDH and everything. And so hopefully it should be a pretty consistent Fury access, which is another thing we saw in competitive. When you want to play like Grenade Alchemy as a common build, you really lack Fury because the Fury trait in Explosives competes with Grenades. And so hopefully having Fury access here should make it feel pretty good to go like Grenade Elixirs as you did before, and bring that build back, because that was one people enjoyed a lot.
Absolutely. And here the Holosmith changes that Taylor sort of just...
Okay, so the notes for Holo. Launch Wall reduced 100% heat damage bonus from 50... Wait. Reduced the 100% heat damage bonus from 50% to 35% in PvE only. And I'm just going to summarize this whole page. Laser Disc, Particle Accelerator, Launch Wall, and Blade Burst for Holo all say that exact same line.
Mentioned, where in compensation for buffing some of the other tools that Holosmith or Engineer can bring, we are lowering some of the damage bonuses from heat in PvE.
Yep, 50%, pretty big number. A bit of an overshoot, so we're bringing it down to 35. But we're buffing grenades back, so deal.
So deal.
But obviously something we'll keep an eye on. As Taylor mentioned, we don't want to just completely nerf the build, nuke it out of existence, and that is certainly not what we're trying to do here. So if we do overshoot on some of the numbers, we will be keeping an eye on it and making sure that it is still a strong choice. But I believe that will bring us to our final class, Elementalist.
All right, Elementalist first slide. PvE Scepter power updates, Dagger and Staff usability improvements, Tempest and Earth specialization improvements.
If anyone was paying attention, we did kind of go opposite. Opposite day, we went opposite alphabetical order, saving Elementalist for last, best for last.
Now, I just recently, learned Heal Tempest and DPS Alack Tempest. And in both of them, you kind of just go into Earth, overload Earth to provide boons, hit the other buttons, including notably the Warhorn 4, which extends boon duration, and then go out of it. I don't recall there being anything really difficult about that. So I'm very curious to see what they're going to do with that. Also, staff usability improvements. Every time I talk to people who play Ellie, they love staff, but they feel like they're not allowed to use it because it's not great. Like, the buttons make the brain make the happy juice, but the numbers are bad, so they feel like they're not allowed to use it in real content. So I would love, for the sake of gamer happiness, if they make it viable. Not OP, not busted, but if they could bring it up to some of the other stuff, that'd be great. Let's see what happens.
Actually, the main reason we do this is just because Cal always wants us to do Elementalist first, and so this is a little bit of a protest there. While he's not here, he doesn't have control over us. So, looking at Elementalist, we've got some power updates for Scepter in PvE. We've got some usability improvements for Dagger and Staff, and we've got some specifically Tempest and Earth specialization improvements overall. All right, we can see the Tempest for the Scepter changes. Go ahead.
These are the Scepter changes. When
Okay, Scepter change. Flame Strike, increase the first power coefficient from 0.2 to 0.5, and the second hit power coefficient from 0.375 to 0.7 in PvE only, so it's going to hit a lot harder. Ice Shards, increase the power coefficient per hit by double in PvE. Water Trident, increase the power coefficient from 1.6 to 2 in PvE. Arc Lightning, increase the power coefficient per stage from 0.15/0.3... Okay, this is stupid. The first stage is about triple. The second stage is like 50% more damage, and the last stage is just a tiny bit more damage for Arc Lightning. So the early parts of it will hit harder. The last part, tiny bit harder. Stone Shards increase the power coefficient per hit dramatically in PvE. Hurl increase the power coefficient per hit from 0.33 to 0.44 in PvE.
Pistol came out, a lot of people were confused. They're like, we already have a Condi weapon. But Scepter in the competitive modes is a power weapon mostly, and so we wanted it to reflect that in PvE as well, but its power numbers were just really outdated and not good. So we're buffing all of them. Here you'll see these are a lot of auto attacks and 2 skills. We're buffing the auto attacks, and you'll see we're buffing the Weaver ones, because we feel like Weaver will be the one most likely to take use of Scepter. So you see that all the auto attacks are getting buffed, Water Trident also getting buffed, and then we go to the... Actually, next slide is still core, but you'll see Weaver's getting buffed.
Okay, so Drake's Breath. Reduce casting time from 2.2 seconds to 1.6 seconds. Increase the power coefficient per strength from 0.4 to 0.44 in PvP and World World. Cone of Cold. Reduce casting time from 2.2 seconds to 1.6. Increase the base healing from 944 to 1416 in PvP and World World. Increase healing coefficient from 0.6 to 0.8 in PvP and World World. Frozen Burst now creates an ice field before performing its blast finisher. Nice. That'll feel good to use. Ice finishers are always fun. IMO. Convergence. This skill is now a blast finisher. Increase the power coefficient from 1.0 to 1.2 in PvP World v World. Ring of Earth. Increase the secondary strength power coefficient from 0.9 to 1.1 in PvP World v World. Earth and Rush. Reduce the cooldown from 18 seconds to 15 seconds in PvP and World v World.
Yeah, we were
these are Dagger, so swapping gears, Dagger also has been kind of not used a lot, so we're taking a look at it. You'll see Drake's Breath and Cone of Cold getting the same casting time reduction. You know, it felt pretty sluggish nowadays to be casting for over 2 seconds, so we're reducing the cast time, also increasing the damage a bit on Drake's Breath and increasing the healing on Cone of Cold.
I'm sorry. There's a guy in the Twitch chat for this VOD screaming, "Buff overload air, you cowards!"
And then also looking at Dagger, we're giving it even more blast finishers. Convergence is going to be a blast finisher. Frozen Burst is going to create an ice field before performing its blast finisher. So you're going to see that you'll make an ice field, then you'll blast it naturally, kind of like how Mesmer Rifle 3 blasts itself naturally. And then Ring of Earth, Earth and Rush also getting some little tweaks to hopefully make Dagger more competitive in all game modes.
Absolutely.
Okay, next page. Static Field now performs an initial strike that does Defiance bar damage when deployed. Okay, just like the Spectral Ring. Unsteady Ground now performs an initial strike, just like the Spectral Ring. Armor of Earth, reduce cooldown from 40 to 25 in PvE. Mist Form, reduce cooldown from 60 to 30 in PvE. Arcane Shield, reduce cooldown from 35 to 25 in PvE. Signet of Air, reduce cooldown from 25 to 20 in PvE.
And here we got some of the staff skills, as well as, again, some just utility skill cooldown reductions there for PvE, but similar sort of deal in PvE as we saw with the Guardian Wards. The Spectral Ring on Necro is that static field, and Steady Ground are going to be performing that initial strike. That will deal some Defiance damage for PvE. Again, only PvE changes there for the staffs. But here we go. So,
okay. Earth's Embrace has been reworked. Gain resistance after using a healing skill. Earthen Blast now grants barrier to the user in addition to other effects. Barrier will not be granted while attuning to the same element. Diamond Skin, this trait has been reworked. Remove a condition from yourself when you successfully combo a field with a leap finisher. Remove a condition from yourself and nearby allies when you combo a field with a blast finisher. Why do they hate world finishers? There's so many traits this last little bit where they're it's like leap or blast, but they just no whirl. Okay.
Again, only PvE changes there for the staffs. But here we go. So going on to some of these Earth changes, and this is a little bit of the reason why we added some more blast finisher usability on Dagger. Looking at Earth's Embrace, trait has been reworked. Gain resistance after using healing skill. Earthen Blast, this trait now grants barrier to the user in addition to its other effects. Barrier will not be granted when attuning to the same element. And Diamond Skin is now going to remove a condition from yourself and allies when you successfully combo field with a blast finisher. So that's going to be ally Condi Cleanse for blasts, and then it'll be self Condi Cleanse when you combo with Elite Finisher. So, you know, in World versus World, we don't really see support Ellie, specifically Tempest, being brought quite as often. You know, ever since we started buffing up things like Druid, you know, Scrapper's become a little bit, you know, back into the meta. Vindicator obviously going to be a really, really strong support option. And so, you know, we don't want to just kind of buff the same things that Tempest were using previously. We want to try to give it a little bit more options. We want to try to see if going into Earth, you know, taking the things that Earth already gave you, as well as now what we're buffing here and changing with Earth, gives Elementalist, gives Tempest a little bit more options. Cleanse obviously being something that Tempest, you know, was competitive with before and now has fallen behind a little bit, so this will give you more cleanse, especially if you combo, you know, with the Dagger updates, the Dagger changes we're doing, the Dagger buffs we're doing for World versus World, could be a pretty strong build. We're going to see how that plays out.
Yep.
All right, next panel. Soothing Ice. Now, this trait now triggers after using a healing skill instead of when you're critically struck. Reduce the internal cooldown to 15 seconds in all game modes. Flow like water. Increase the bonus strike damage while above the health threshold from 5% to 10% in PvP and World v World. This trait now also grants a 5% bonus strike damage while under the health threshold. Reduce the health threshold from 75% to 50. Reduced internal cooldown from 10 seconds to 4. Soothing Power. This trait now also grants 300 vitality to the Elementalist. So more health pool for that fragile form.
Some water trait line updates there, if you want to take those.
Yep. Soothing Eye should be a pretty good change. Its passive trigger made it so we had to put a pretty decent ICD on it, but now that it is not passive, we can reduce it and increase usability a lot. And having that aura on heal, especially with Tempest, should feel pretty good. Flow like water, increasing the damage bonuses here, so that, you know, there are some like traits in Waterline that are a bit bruisery, but the numbers on them just aren't there. So we're trying to increase them there. Soothing Power also kind of going along with that if you want to take the Waterline for just like, I guess, selfish reasons, for personal survivability. Soothing Power was kind of like the Grandmaster you had to go with, but didn't feel really good. So we're just tacking on 300 vitality to it to match like Force of Will on Guardian, and hopefully people feel better by taking the trait now.
All right, moving on to Tempest.
Okay. Oh, they are changing Overload Air. It's just I was surprised because that guy's screaming buff Overload Air, you cowards, and then there's actually something here. All right, Overload Air now grants Fury to allies. Increase the power coefficient from 0.715 to 0.951 in PvE only. That's very interesting. So, there is a chance that that could make a change to the rotation for Heal Alack Tempest. Not positive if it will, but there's a chance. At least when I tried Heal Alack Tempest, and granted, you know, I played it for a day, so I'm not like super fluent, but I know the basics. Fury was, you know, something that I could extend it, but getting it with the boon extension stuff from Fire Warhorn, but getting it rolling at the beginning was difficult. So, you know, that we might see like a Overload Air early in the rotation, but then you don't have to keep doing it or something like that. We'll see. Heat Sink now also grants Fury to the user before copying boons. Never mind, doesn't matter. Heat Sink's literally the thing that would copy the Fury around, but it didn't give the Fury initially. So if that now gives Fury before copying it, then, you know, the Overload Air might or might not be needed. But with the power coefficient change, we'll see. It'll be interesting. All right, Feel the Burn. Increase might from 5 stacks for 10 seconds to 8 stacks for 15 seconds in PvE. The skill now also grants Fury to allies in PvE only. Gathered Focus. The additional concentration from this trait no longer has a health threshold requirement. Hardy Conduit now also grants protection to nearby allies.
Yeah, so Overload Air going to be getting pretty strong, pretty big buff there for PvE, which is now going to grant Fury to allies, but also, potentially more importantly, big numbers coming up here. Big power coefficient buff from 0.715 to 0.951. Again, this is PvE only. Just to kind of try and make that Overload Air feel a little bit better there for Tempest in PvE.
Yep. This is like old build. Fresh air overload Tempest used to be a thing. It's not anymore. And some people want the build back. So we're trying to make it a bit more viable. As well, you see it grants Fury to allies now. Fury was a boon that Tempest support was pretty awkward with. To copy it with Heatsink, you had to have someone really give it to you before you had like Convergence to give it to you, but it wasn't really great. So the next 3 changes are all hopefully in really giving Tempest a lot better Fury access to its party. You also see we're increasing the might it gives a bit from Feel the Burn to help build might generation, especially if you're playing staff, maybe you don't have Heatsink accessible to you. Feel the Burn and blasting those fire fields should hopefully carry might a lot harder now. And then these last 2 also just help out Tempest a bit, giving more AoE protection with Hardy Conduit. So maybe you aren't taking the Earth Straight Line and you don't have Prominent Aura, you can have another way to give prod to people from that. And Gathered Focus, we're just reducing the additional text, now it just gives concentration, kind of like other traits in our game.
Absolutely. All right, here are the Weaver.
Here.
Fracturing Strike. Increase power coefficient per hit from 0.77 to 1.2 in PvE only. Plasma Beam. Reduce cooldown from 18 seconds to 15 in PvE. Glacial Drift. This skill no longer requires a target. Increase the power coefficient from 1 to 2 in PvE only. Earthen Synergy. Reduce the cooldown from 20 seconds to 15 in PvE only. Increase the power coefficient from 0.77 to 0.33. to 1.4 to 1.0 and reduce the power coefficients from 0.77/0.33 to 0.01/0.01 in PvP and World v World. Wow, it's okay. Stone Tide increased the power coefficient per hit from 0.15 to 0.3 in PvE.
There are the Weaver juices.
The Weaver juices that Taylor was looking for earlier.
Yep. So these are all just, they had a number. Number's bigger now. Earth and Synergy.
Well, actually, Plasma Beam has a smaller number. Taylor, I don't know if you know this, but 15 is in
but
fact
the smaller
smaller
number
than
here
15.
is better number.
Okay.
It's good. It's a good small. So Weaver should maybe have an interesting rotation with Scepter.
Clip that.
You probably don't want to dual attune to like air like you do on Sword because the blinding flash doesn't do damage really. But Water has Water Trident, pretty good skill. So maybe you want to like dual attune on Water if you want to dual attune to it. And so swapping through the attunements, hopefully.
Boxes, I would like for them to stop the whole PvP World v World PvE differences. Just make it the same, please. No, you don't want that. No, because here's the thing. Imagine you're a PvE player and there's a skill you use and it functions and it works good and it saves people in your group. But someone finds a way to make it like overpowered and busted in PvP and then they nerf it and then the nerf affects you even though where you were using it was fine. You don't want that back. It was actually, they did what you're describing for like 8 or 9 years of Guild Wars 2 before they started doing separate things where they were like, the skill will do this in PvE, but it'll do this in PvP. And it is good that they separated it because it also caused animosity. Because like PvE players getting pissed at PvP players for like abusing some skill and then it getting nerfed in their game mode. Or vice versa. PvP players getting pissed at PvE players because a PvE player found a way to use some skill to like solo some raid boss and then it gets nerfed and that affects PvP now. You absolutely want those separated when possible.
Scepter Weaver should be pretty fun. And yeah, we see Earth and Synergy getting its damage reduced, kind of like Prelude Lash did. These were kind of holdovers from a long time ago when we made CC not do damage in competitive modes. These were a bit like overlooked, so we're kind of like cleaning that up now.
Absolutely.
Okay, so next Weaver slide says Stone Resonance reduced ammo recharge from 50 seconds to 25 in PvE. Twist of Fate reduced ammo recharge from 40 seconds to 25 in PvE. Invigorating Air reduced cooldown from 30 seconds to 20 in PvE. And Fortified Earth reduced cooldown from 30 seconds to 20 in PvE.
And to wrap it up, we've got some cooldown reductions on some skills for PvE on Weaver.
Yep.
And that'll about do it, actually. That is our final slide. Yeah, unless you have any final thoughts for this final page, Taylor.
Nope.
Okay, cool. Yeah, honestly, pretty speedy run through there. I think we can all agree that Cal was really just slowing us down. And, I'm sure too much yapping. All of his insights and expositions and tangents, not really that important or useful. No one really wants to know why Cal does what he does. Of course, I'm kidding. But yes, he will be back once again for the next stream before anyone loses their mind about wondering where Cal is. But just to recap, as always, the notes that you just saw, especially the Warrior notes, which we didn't really see very much, of course that's my fault, will be posted to the forum at the end of the stream, which is about to conclude. And please make sure you give us your feedback on the notes that you saw. Again, we'll be looking over those, or for that feedback, especially over this weekend, but just in general, we'll be making sure to read, our various sources of feedback gathering as we move forward. Yeah, let us know what you thought. Thank you very much for tuning in and watching. And yeah, I think any final words there, Taylor?
I'll see you guys in the mists.
That sounds more like something you'd say if you were like ending a stream. Not really final words.
Turn it off.
Miss next expansion confirmed, chat. In 3 months. Taylor just told us the next expansion is in the mists. Look forward to it. Also pre-purchase with my referral link. Get hype. We're gonna go fight Joko again.
Ending a stream. I'm ending a stream. I still have that power. It doesn't matter if you're at the head of the chair now that Cal is gone forever. I still can.
Never coming back.
We probably should actually just, I think, sit here for 14
locked out of
minutes
teams.
and make sure we get
They've
extended all
taken
the way
away
the
his
hour.
privileges.
Excuse me. Yes. All right. We will be ending the stream there. And Taylor, if you really do want to, you can do the outro. I'll let you do it this time.
Stay safe, gamers. We'll see you in the mists.
All right, everyone. Until next time, I lied. We'll see you in the mists. Have a lovely day. Take care, everyone. Thank you for watching. Bye-bye.
Okay, so that is that. Aside from that, let me see. Hold on a sec. I am going to just use this YouTube video to resize my player here back to what it was. I think that was it. Okay, and now go back to this page. Okay, this is the June 25th balance update preview page. This is a lot of words. If I read all these words, this would be like another hour of me reading, and then I'd have a sore throat. So what I'm going to do here is I am going to say that that is the end of the notes as they presented them, as well as the reasons that they say that they're doing what they are doing. And I have the specific stuff linked down below, that I'll have that linked down below if you would like to see that. What I am going to do right now is browse through here and just look at the stuff that is of peak interest to me. So first off, in general, they're adding the Heretic Amulet and the Tyrant. What is it doing? It jumped to the bottom of the page. Heretic and Tyrant Amulet to PvP. Rune of the Ogre and Rune of Tormenting added to the PvP build panel. Taunt Defiance bar damage increase for all classes. Frost Aura duration reduced in World v World. And then here's all the stuff that they said. Yeah, it's like, I think all of this, I'm just skimming this right now. All of this was in the cards that they showed. Okay. Let me go down to my main and see what they've got down here. What is the order of this stuff? Oh my goodness. Okay, so let's see. Poison Volley, Crippling Shot, Cut Shot, Long Range Shot, Rapid Fire, Citadel, Stuns, Opening Several Language, Streak the Pack, Juvenile Ether Hunter, Prelash, Unleash Press, Toxic Shot, Mutate Condition. Yeah, every single one of these things were in the slides that we just watched. So I don't know if there's anything in here that we did not just see, but as I'm skimming, everything in here I recognize as something we saw just a moment ago. I myself, a couple things that I really like. Warrior the Banners, getting the cast time significantly shortened, more stability on their stability banner. The Warrior AoE Elite Res and the Ranger AoE Elite Res for base Ranger, not Druid, are getting 30 seconds shaved off their cooldown. So it's like 1.5 minutes instead of 2 minutes. Lot of interesting stuff here. Also some stuff that doesn't seem like it's going to change much. So I'm curious how this is going to pan out. Also a little saddened by a few things, like, you know, once again, they touch Signet of Renewal, but they have no mention of the range indicator not working. Untamed, they are fixing the how the pet looks with the green, but they're not fixing the #1 most complained about thing with Untamed, which is the giant fart cloud and the staff ambush green layer that goes above red circle layer. Like if you're in a group with an Untamed and there's red circles on the ground, the Untamed green goes above that, and you cannot see the red circles as well. So your teammates make more mistakes because you're there. Would very much, like, is artistically cool design. It just doesn't work within combat of the game. So I really, really wish that they would do something about that. Even if they just, took the opacity slider and just dramatically shifted it, even if you just make it just faintly visible or something. Just be Hyzen and solo. That would be the solution to it, yeah. All right, cool. Yeah, I think that's it. And again, I'll have links for all of this down below if you want to see it. I don't see anything new in here after a skim. But if you have any feedback on these changes, remember to post it on their forums. Because there's no promise that they're going to change anything. But if they do, it's because they'll be getting a lot of feedback on their forums. So that's where to post stuff. And yeah, we'll see you in the middle. All right, boom. That's where the YouTube video ends, chat. Easy. Easy, easy, easy. Yeah, truly, I don't see any reason to just read all this. This all looks familiar. I don't see anything that we didn't just see. Don't see anything new here. I missed a lot. Yeah, I have it pinned at the top of chat. Also, I will link this here. That is the notes that I was just looking at. So if anybody wants that, I'll put that there. Actually, let's see. I'm actually going to change the pin. Let's see. Upcoming balance notes. Paste. All right, so if anybody asks for them, we can just say that it is pinned going forward. Let's see. Balance notes. And then I'll just pin this on both sides. Replace pinned message on the YouTube side. There we go. Wonderful. Okay. All right. Cygnus says, oh no, my brain is just merged. Oh, I'm not reading that out loud. People would clip it. No. When does the balance patch drop? This is the June 25th balance update preview. June 25th. Nothing I can't skip and watch and skip later. Yep. Yep. ECSU Holo being the only build that got nerfed is kind of odd. The balance patch is focused on PvP because that's the game mode. It's funny. There's people in my chat saying, oh my god, they're only doing PvP changes. And then in the VOD Twitch chat, everybody's screaming, why are you only doing PvE changes? It's like everybody that's a PvE fan only saw the PvP changes, and everyone who's a PvP fan only saw the PvE changes. Lots of real small buffs, yeah. Okay. Alright, just starting my daily routine, getting my farm on, getting that easy money so I can give it to you guys every week. Confirmation bias, something like that, yeah. And heck, now there's more ways to get rid of things like chilies and prismaticites with the new vendor thing. I would actually be kind of curious to see a count like this many changes. Like, you know, 60% of the changes were PvP and 40% PvE or something like that, just because I'm sure everybody would be surprised when they saw it. What new vendor thing? The TLDR is if you go to the Wizard's Tower and you have the new mastery and you go here, there's a guy standing there, it's Char with a mohawk, and he sells a million different things. He's got like 10 vendor pages, and you can spend prismaticite and eotrite and chilies and airship oil and auric dust and just currencies from all over the game that don't have a use can be spent there to buy bags of random loot and things like that. And he has a portable version of himself that you can buy and carry around in your bag like a converter. By the way, Muck, heard you were late this morning due to your crippling Warhammer 3 addiction. No, I was late this morning because I overslept. I woke up, my alarm went off, and I hit snooze. I went back to sleep, and then my wife woke me up 15 minutes later and was like, are you getting up? And I was just like, oh my god, thank you. So, yeah, I apparently in my sleep turned off my alarm. So I'm gonna need to change my alarm sound or something. I will say, I was dabbling in, I have been dabbling in Warhammer 3. Currently trying out the lizard folk. And it's weird, dude, it took so many Google searches and talking with people on chat to find their healer. This is only gonna make sense to people that play Total War. It's not on the tech tree. You have to get 20 units, and then it pops up and says you can praise the sun or something. And then if you choose to do that, then you can choose one type of caster. And there's like 20 types. I'm exaggerating. There's maybe like 12. One of them is called a life priest. You choose that, then you're allowed to purchase a life priest from a town. But the life priest is a leader, not a follower. So he cannot join your main army, which has your main leader in it. So your main leader's army cannot have this guy in it. It's not possible. So you make a new army, or like, you know, shift your troops over and then just stop using your old leader or something. Or, you know, just, you know, have them always walk together and do 2 movement commands every turn to be able to use this guy. He is very good at what he does, but it was just very frustrating trying to find him, and then also the fact that you can't use him with like your main army. There's like 20 types. Yeah, there was a lot. So I don't even know what the others are, because I was just frantically trying to find a healer just to get some sustain. Now, I will say, the fact that you have a healer plus the fact that the lizards are very sturdy works great. But they're all really slow. It seems like their weakness is if enemies start running, you don't have any, like, cavalry to, like, run them down. The only fast units I've got are these lizards that are riding pterodactyls, and they throw, like, spears or something. And they seem to do, like, trash damage. Like, everything I have them chase down gets away. They never kill the thing that is running away. Like, they're hitting it, but they're just, like, tickling it. So that seems to be, like, the con for them. But yeah, and then they've got an interesting mechanic. They've got just flat out dinosaurs, and the dinosaurs have a chance to rampage, which is you lose control of them and they just start hitting the nearest thing. Now you could just run them into the enemy line and let them rampage, but you also have different people that can have cooldowns that stop a rampaging dinosaur, and you could like choose to use it or not use it. Aren't skinks pretty fast? No, they had like 40 speed. I have like 3 different forms of the skinks are like these skinny lizard people with like blow dart guns. I've got like a few different types of those, and they've all got like 40 speed. And cavalry has like 100. Cold One riders. I've got one hero that's gotten a Cold One, which is like it rides on a raptor. But let's see. Heimak, is Chip better? Yeah, I've told you guys before, he's just got a sensitive stomach. It's just like a couple times a month, he just gets sick. And the vet, we've taken him to the vet before, and the vet's just been like, yep, he just needs expensive cat food, which maybe helps a little. But, I mean, yeah, he's here, he's just chilling. He's on the NVIDIA GeForce Now blanket. Do y'all know about GeForce Now? I mean, he's just chilling. But yeah, it's kind of cool. I've been trying to try lots of things out with Total War Warhammer. I'm very much a creature of habit when in games. You know, I find something I like and then I just play it for 1,000 hours. And right now I'm trying to see if there's anything I like more than the race I started with. And I've tried maybe 6 or 7 more races, and I haven't found any I like more than the undead guys I played first. So I might, like, once I finish this tour of all these classes, I might try just undead with a different hero or something. You know, maybe try one of the other ones rather than that guy with the cart. Try one of the others. Try Vamp Coast. You know, I've actually fought against Vamp Coast. For anyone who hasn't played it, Vamp Coast, it's literally like Pirates of the Caribbean. Like, you have just huge, like a zombie apocalypse, but all the zombies are skeletons with guns. They're pirates with like old pistols and stuff. I have fought them with the lizards, and I ripped them apart. They were so frail. It was glorious. I absolutely trashed them. So I gotta say, they look cool. I don't really have an inclination to play them so far. Since you bought 1 and 2, now you have the Wizard Necro guy. Yeah, I think I have all the undead options available to me as far as the heroes go. So I can try the others. Tome Kings? I don't have Tome Kings unlocked. I have some heroes for almost every faction, but Tome Kings I would have to make yet another purchase, and I don't think I'm willing to do that at the moment. Vamp Coast is the ranged undead faction. Well, I can tell you lizards run them over. Have you seen the new guy trailer yet? No, one of you linked it to me, didn't you? Hang on a sec. During the patch notes we were watching, someone linked me this for the Warhammer game that we were playing. I'll take a look now. All right, Karanak trailer. Bro, 1 day ago, 211,000 views. The trailer footage shown uses the in-game engine, but represents a work in progress.
He's onto me.
Dude, the backward wizard hat.
Picked up my scent. I've been running, hiding.
All right, my first thought right now is Karanak the hunting thing or this dude?
Across continents, realms, fleeing through time, past, future.
Just hounds! They're in my dreams now! I need to get out!
Is that like a swords?
Out of my own mind!
Karanak. He's here.
I'm guessing corn because it's red. The tips of the tongues glow. Interesting design choice. All right, so this is a hero? Your hero is the dog. He's a hero of corn. All right. Don't worry, he doesn't bite. The dog. Imperial wizards minding their own business. Karanak. Cowabunga it is. Princess Want. I'm not reading that. Oh my gosh. Oh, it just gets worse and worse the further you go. That's hilarious. I don't really have the desire to play Korn, but that guy does look cool. He does look cool. He does look pretty neat. The reason behind me saying make PvP World v World PvE the same was from my point of view. It makes things much more complicated. I do respect the views of others. No, Box, you're fine. And I hope you don't feel like I was attacking you or anything like that. I was just sharing my view. That I have seen in the past, my favorite builds get buffed or nerfed because of other actions of other people in completely different game modes. And it's always like, this is stupid. Why do I have to relearn how to play the game because some guy in a different game mode did something overpowered? Just fix it over there, you know? Mug, you know you want to get chaotic with the dwarves. I don't think I have the chaos dwarves. I don't think I've got access to that one. I mean, you gotta tell me something about them that entices me. Otherwise, I don't care, you know? You gotta tell me something that I'm like, ooh, that's pretty good, you know? You gotta tell me like, oh, they're so good at XYZ, you know, whatever. Total War, more like initial money thing. Mm-hmm. Skaven, we have nukes. I like fighting Skaven because the fight always ends with me seeing every one of my units with like 100 or 500 kills. I haven't ever had the desire to play the Skaven because they all seem super frail. But I like fighting them. Skaven also has fun fighting other Skaven. Would you ever play a game like this? Warning, copyrighted music. Okay, I will open this link and just pause it. And I'll watch it like, what the heck? Dino Blade Dinosaur with Swords Combat Fight Game. You're aiming really high with this one. I'll watch it later. I'm not impressed so far. We'll see. Mug, are you talking about Skaven in the tabletop or computer game? Total War Warhammer 3, which I am new to and I am learning. Chaos Dwarves have good frontline infantry with amazing ranged artillery units with monsters and demons.
Prove your strength to Ox by becoming the Ox. I can transform you.
It's funny, Undead, I felt like I had good frontline, good cavalry, and good healers. It's just pretty much everything was melee. And then it felt like Tzeentch was all ranged. It felt like Slaanesh was all cavalry. Like, it just feels like they were all cavalry. Like, just they're all fast and fragile. And then Nurgle was all, like, kind of slow, tanky boys. It had some ranged units. Trying to think of what else. What else did I try? I tried out the champion guy that worshipped all 4 demons races. I constantly forget what he's called, but I tried him out. He was alright. His talent tree was the most boring thing in the world. Every point on the talent tree was like 1% more devotion to Nurgle. And, you know, whereas like the other people, like a 1-pointer will be like, you know, regeneration. Yeah, so it was just like a really disappointing talent tree, but he was alright. He was kind of cool. The lizards, pretty cool, pretty tanky. I don't like how I can't... Like, if my lord has to be the healer, I want to start as a healer lord. But I have to, like, hire a healer lord and then put my real lord on standby to run an army with a healer in it, which is really weird, and I don't like that interaction. But overall, it's okay. I kind of like throwing dinosaurs into Skaven, and it's like one dinosaur can kill, like, 400 Skaven. That's kind of neat. Muck, what are you looking for in an army? My favorite, you know, like, I like playing healer in various games, right? So I like sustain. So far, nothing has beaten, just by happenstance, the very first army I tried, which was hordes of zombies and skeletons and stuff like that, that had this thing behind it called a corpse cart that gave undead regeneration. So they just lasted a long time, and the enemy would often break before I did. And if they tried to run away, I had some very fast units like an undead cavalry that could run them down, or like wraiths, you know, things like that, that could take out runners. The biggest weakness with that army was like there was no anti-air. You basically had to just suffer through damage from air until they got tired and fell to the ground. High elves are pretty good, but the only legendary lord that is a healer is DLC. I think the wood elves had a character that I thought looked intriguing, but I don't know enough about him, and it looked like a corrupted treant. It was like a tree person, but they were like corrupt, and if you chose that as your character, you actually lost faction with the other elves. And I thought it looked intriguing, but I don't know enough about it to know if I like it or not. And I'd have to probably make another purchase to play that one. What is a good magic find to have for opening unidentified gear? I don't really worry about that anymore, and I haven't in a couple of years, Benevus. I don't know that that really matters. Sorry, identifying unidentified gear doesn't use your magic find at all, I don't think. There was certain boxes that could have unidentified gear in it, which magic find does help with, but it's only some boxes, and I haven't messed with that in a very long time. Sorry, I hope that clarifies what I was trying to say. But if you're just identifying unidentified stuff, it doesn't matter. To anyone who was here earlier when I mentioned that new merchant, this is the portable version of that new merchant. And when you open this up, look at this. There's so many pages of ways to convert various materials. There's just tons of them. It's crazy. Lots of stuff. Okay. Looks like Eternal Ice is piling up again. Let's go take care of that. Where'd you get that? You get the new mastery, and then you go here. And you can buy it from a guy there. Let's see, Eye of the North. Is that the bauble for that new merchant that you can have a bauble for which is his merchant? Yeah, it's basically, it is all the same merchant pages that he had, but a portable version. Okay. I will say, as someone who likes the idea of elemental staff, from that preview, I was kind of sad to see that I didn't see anything on, like, you know, Healing Rain is buffed or Meteor Storm is buffed. You know, I hardly saw anything that, you know, we really cared about was staff getting affected. Can you convert anything into World v World currencies? No, I don't think so. They usually have a pretty distinct separation between the two of those. Pretty much all containers from Lunar New Year are Magic Find sensible. Yeah, they are, and also some like various ones in Heart of Thorns and Silver Waste. I just remember Cathay has a legendary Dragon Lord that is the only character with healing. She is one of the best characters IMO. Is Cathay the one that's like Eastern themed, where some of the people turn into like what looks like Chinese dragons? Oh, I walked to the wrong guy. I went to him on reflex. Yes, okay. In my Undead playthrough, like the main one that has a playlist on Mukluk Plays, the one I'm doing on stream, I have fought against them a few times. Yeah, the dragon is friggin' strong. I had a few really close fights with it. Like, I'm at the point where I've got some hero undead units that are, like, riding on, like, you know, flying horses, or one guy has got, like, a flying undead dragon. But, the guy that shapeshifts into the Chinese dragon is, like, crazy strong. He's, like, a melee powerhouse. You might enjoy the Chaos Dwarf faction. What is this? 361 Dreadquake mortars. Someone said you're gonna get copyright claimed by Thomas the Tank Engine, so I muted it. That is a very long range. That is a very long range. Oh my gosh. And something tells me that that's not a normal game, what I'm seeing there. Okay. Let's see. I've got too many of these. I need to use some up on something. Just make some of these just to get the essences out of my bags. There we go. So get rid of that. Get rid of that. Okay. All right. It's like sky scale 4K aerial fireballs, something like that. Let's see. I'm gonna go back and do some testing in the aerodrome. I've been so like on the fence about which weapons to use on the Ranger, the Quickness Untamed. I am enjoying the Quickness Untamed, but I've been on the fence about which weapons to commit to, because you can use almost any. But I want to try a few things out, see what happens. It's also possible that I could just bring different weapons based on the fight. Is GW2 going to announce something about the new expansion soon? Probably. So, according to the original schedule, like 3 months from now is when the next expansion would drop. So probably, I would anticipate within the next month or two, we're going to start getting information about it. Okay. So, there's a few things I want to do here. Okay. We need a baseline. Do I still have my notes from the earlier tests? No, I don't. Okay. We need a baseline here. Alright, so we're going to do adjust self, add boons. We're just going to say all, and then copy to pet. So pet has all boons in the game. Okay. Get him. Alright, so now we're going to let him go for a minute or two, and we're going to have our baseline. That's going to be what the other pets have to be. Now this pet does damage, and then also it provides a little bit of fury. Well, a little bit's not fair. It provides like half fury uptime. Wait, I'm sorry. Why is quickness wearing on and off repeatedly? What the hell? Okay. That's really dumb. So, the thing to copy all boons to pet is not working very well. Alright, so let's just say 3,200. It would be higher if the quickness stayed up. Alright. So let's just say Tiger 3,200-ish. Okay. Next one. Oh, we have to respawn the golem. Boga. Alright. Dude, that kind of pisses me off. The console is being... Look at this! This is supposed to be copy all boons to pet. Alright. Alright, so I'm just doing this just to pump out more quickness. I'm just gonna fire some ambushes this way just to make sure quickness stays on him. Bugware stew content, yeah. Is he good now? Alright, I think he's okay. He's got quite a bit. It's definitely higher. We're sitting around 3,900 right now, and also this pet does confusion. If this thing was attacking, and it was proccing the confusion, it would be even higher than this. Alright. So I'm gonna say 3,700. Iboga, 3,700. Alright. Okay. Let's test out the new kid on the block. Would be 10-20% more DPS if the bot was attacking. Not sure exactly. And this one is doing Torment, and the target is holding still, so it's doing the most damage it could with that. Why is it not doing this? Wow, that took a long time for it to decide to do that. Alright, so looking at like 3,200. What is this thing called? I forget what it's called. Spine something? Spine Gazer. Spine Gazer, 3,200. So same as the Tiger, but the Tiger provides Fury, and this thing has Boon Rip. Alright, what are some others that have been good in the past? There was a patch where Sandlion was on top, believe it or not. Alright. Oh, I gotta go hit the copy boons thing again. It didn't trigger its F2. I had it turned off, Bobby, because in a real situation, I would save the F2 for when I needed boon rip. Add boons, copy boons to pet. Test Jacaranda. Alright, hang on. Chalk? Chalk? Oh, the chalk. What is chalk? The chonk? No. Alright, we're looking at 3,500 on this guy. Sand Lion, 3,500. Okay. Oh man, I think if I do this again, like there will come a day where I want to do that thing where I just test all the ranger pets' damage, and I will probably beg some herald to just stand in here and pump boons with me for the quickness, because doing that for an hour would be very tiring. I did not mean to do that. Spawn, average, additional, add condies, all of them. Please spawn. Okay.
A deadly raid squad is a happy raid squad.
Try Reef Drake. He has confusion in his kit. Isn't that underwater though? Oh, he has confusion on the Shriek. That's what it is. The Drakes don't really do big damage. They're like bruisers, so I don't anticipate much from this. Alright, hang on. We're already down to 2,700 and dropping. Drakes don't do big damage. They are bruisers. Monk's never been hit by 10k tail swipe crits. That's a damage spike. That's not damage per second. In PvE, it matters how much damage you can put out over the course of minutes, not how much damage you can put out when you imitate a bottle rocket. Okay. So this one was like 2,500. Reef the Drake. 2,500. Okay. Hold on. Someone said Jacaranda and I said sure. Hang on. Jacaranda's Embrace you want on autocast if you are running Druid, but I'm not. That makes it so the Embrace is the Immobilize. However, Druid has a trait where every time you immobilize an enemy, you put a bleed on him. Actually, where are those bleed ticks coming from? Oh, sharpened edges. That's what it is. It's about 30 seconds. My favorite pet is the bear, not for damage, but because of Beastmaster taunt, I can make every tank I run into angry. Oddly specific. Alright. Jacaranda, 3,100. Yeah, maybe 32. Alright, respawn. Okay, what was the other one that we thought had potential? Someone said Chalk. Let me get Chalk Norris out. I worry though that the spit goop would get in the way in a group. Like it would cover red stuff. At least it fades very quickly. There's a chance of it covering red stuff on the ground. It's not looking good. It's already down to 2,500. $26. Yeah, this is not great. Okay. Chalk. 2,500. I'll be generous. Okay. Ether Hunter. Curious about this one. Save the F2 because it's a CC. And they're buffing this one a little bit in the June patch. Try a bird? Alright, I'll try a bird out. Alright, we're seeing like 3,200. Alright, Ether Hunter, 3,200. Okay. Yeah, so it's actually doing the same as the Tiger right now, surprisingly, but it doesn't provide, like, Fury. And that's Torment on a still target, so if the target was moving, it'd be worse. Alright, what bird should do the most damage? It's gonna be the one whose claw... Let's see, 3,600... 5,300... 3,600, but with a large bleed. Probably the hawk? That one's blind. I think the hawk, if one did more than the others, would be this one. Need to name your juvenile eagle USA. Freedom. Oh, I should turn off Quickening Screech. Because it stops attacking to do that. Missing 2 pets, now a Pokemon Pet Master. They're from Guild Wars 1. I'm missing the underwater one from Guild Wars 1 as well. The jellyfish. There's 4 pets from Guild Wars 1. I have one of them. I have the Hot Topic Moa. Can pets actually gain boon in a 5-man party? How does the boon target cap work? Good question. The boons will prioritize players over players' pets. However, hold on. We're at like 3,400-ish. Hawk, 3,400. However, if you are running nature magic, anytime you get a boon, your pet gets a copy of it. So this makes it to where this is kind of like shift signet for mechanists. This keeps boons on your companion. But anytime you pet swap, your pet will lose all your boons. Okay.
A deadly raid squad is a happy
Was
raid
there
squad.
anything else
Practice your skills using our
just for
state-of-the-art
attacking?
guns.
There was, what was it? I think Carrion Devour was really good for one update. Why are all the Devourers not together? Okay, those are the spiders. Lashtail Devourer, Whiptail. Where is Carrion? There it is. It's right there. Hold on. Lashtail has bleeding. Like 7k-ish on a 20-second cooldown. Whiptail... That's bad. Carrion is the venom. I could try it.
Sublime!
Sublime! Alright. Okay. It's funny, it kind of does his own combos. Because he's shooting projectiles through a poison field. So they can become poison projectile combos. Does he bleed on his auto? Oh, he does bleed on his auto. Huh. He's actually keeping some bleed stacks up. Hey, is it bedtime? Alright, chat, I'm going to tell the boy goodnight. I will be right back. Okay, we back. Looking like, I mean, probably fell off. Yeah, because quickness fell off, so I'm gonna... I think it was like 3,200. when I saw it. Let's see, Carrion, Devourer, 3200, which is actually around tied with the Tiger. But that's when it has like all the boons and stuff. I know you're planning on checking out Ghost of Tsushima. Are you going to announce when that is on Discord or something? I'm super excited. Yeah. Every time... bye, have a good night. Every time I do a stream, I post that I'm going live, and I usually have like a thumbnail for it and stuff like that. Yeah, I don't know if there's anything else here. So, right now, the Iboga is winning, and that's not counting confusion damage. Confusion damage, it would be winning even more. It would be winning even more so. I don't really have any major hope for these others. Now, if you're solo, the Tiger at least gives you Fury quite a bit. But if you're in a group, I think you would swap to Iboga. Interesting. Okay, so now that we have done that, let's do this. So let's now pretend. Let's do this and self remove my boons. All right. Let's do some weapon testing. All right, add boons to me. Offense, Fury, Might, 25. Return, Utility, Alacrity, and copy them to my pet. All right. Okay. Let's first test with this and see what happens. Alright, we're looking at 24.7k right now. Okay, so... Mace plus Axe, 24.7k. Okay. Let's try the next thing. Remove current, respawn. Alright. Let's go to weapons. And change this for sword. Customize burrs. Force. Alright. Go. Now we're already seeing a substantial improvement. So we're seeing like 27.2k right now. Alright, so let's say 27.2k. Alright, so let's say mace plus sword axe, 27.2k. Alright. Now the standard, like for snow crows, what snow crows says it should be, is this hammer, sword, axe. So burrs, force, impact. Okay. I forget what the preferred order of it is for this. Hang on a sec. Ranger, quickness, no, not Condi. Power, quickness, untamed. All right, when they're in hammer, what's the loop? Relentless whirl, that's the ambush. Unleashed wild swing, that's the 2, 3, 4. Oh, it's literally 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. All right. That's easy enough. All right. Because with sword, I think it's 3, 2. Because the 3 cripples them, and the 2 is does more damage if they're movement impaired. So you do 3 before 2. All right. Oh, I made a small mistake there. Alright, we're looking at maybe 28k. Gamer, what's up?
Hey Muck, just wanted to stop by to say hello and congratulate you on 6+ years of continuous streaming. Hope you're well and here's to 6 more years.
Yo, that would be wild. My kid would be about to graduate high school. I'd still be streaming every night. Oh, man. Hey, thank you. It's good to see you again. Thank you for the bits as well. Appreciate that. Respawn previous one. Okay. Let's see. Are you using no anti-aliasing? I don't know. Let's see. Yeah, it's set to none. Why? What do you normally use? Let's see. So main hand axe was a major damage loss, but it hits like a very large area, so it's good for certain fights. Okay. Hold on, I'm deleting some notes here. Okay. Longbow? They're buffing it soon. Curious what it looks like now. I'm not expecting much out of this. For science! Force... Impact. Okay. Time for ranked PvP. Take care. See you next time. See you, buddy. Alright. Alright, we're looking at 25k, maybe? Okay. So... Sword, axe, plus longbow, 25k. Okay. So, not great. So, about the same damage. Here, I'll just... is there anything personal on here? Hang on. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. That's all outdated. So, this is what we've got so far. Let's do this. Do them in order. That's what we've got so far. So Sword Axe Hammer is the highest. Mace Sword Axe is right below it, but offers a lot of random boons, healing, and sustain. It's a pity the single target damage of the main hand axe is so poor. Dagger? I mean, Dagger and Greatsword would be the only main hands I haven't tried. Alright, so Sword Axe appear to be a main hand sword appears to be a huge jump. Look, like, when we went from, Mace, what is it? Mace, Axe, to Mace, Sword Axe, we jumped almost 3k. So the main hand sword over the main hand axe is substantial. I know they reworked sword in the last year, and apparently that had a pretty big effect. Alright, not really expecting a lot out of this. Let's try, where's a dagger? Where's a dagger? And maybe we'll throw a mace there and just see what happens. Alright, burrs apply to all. And force... wait, what? Yeah. Okay. And this one... Impact. Alright. Let's just see what happens. Okay. Almost 27k right now, kind of surprising. Getting a lot of confounding bolts there from the Iboga making a chaos field. Alright, let's say 27k. Okay. Remove current, respawn. So what is that? Sword, axe, plus dagger, mace, 27k. Putting it, like, right there. So the main hand dagger with the offhand mace is almost the same as main hand mace with offhand mace. And if I have to pick between the main hand dagger or the main hand mace, I'm going to pick the main hand mace because it helps keep more boons on the party. It contributes regen and vigor and prot to the party. How is the new Soto pet? It's alright. We did a test with it earlier. This is it right here. It did like the same damage as the tiger, but instead of the tiger, which helps keep Fury on your party. It provides a boon removal option if your target has boons. So it's okay, for sure. Don't know that there's anything else that really has a chance to be better than this. At least until the patch. Staff? I highly doubt it. I highly doubt it, but you know what? Science? Do y'all like science? Got some hypotheses? There's no way. There's no freaking way. Berserker staff. Alright. Yeah, it started strong, but it fell off pretty hard after that. Yeah, it fell off down to 24k after a minute. No, no bueno. No bueno. Alright, so what's that? Sword, axe, plus staff. Lol. 24k. And, you know, this one, like, this was right above that, but the main hand axe hits stuff within 900 range. So I found, like, I really liked main hand axe here with, when we were, what was it? We were doing Gorseval, and it kept killing the blue orbs around the room, making it way more comfy for everybody. Samurog, it would like kill the spears that were nearby. There was just like a few. Sabbatha, it would just kill stuff all over the platform. Just like anything where there's like a target within 900 range that also needs to die. Bone Skinner, it was killing the ads around the room without us having to pull them in. So it seems like for fights where there's sporadic ads, main hand axe is a damage loss on the single target, but it will hit everything in the room, which is really cool. Sword, axe, greatsword. Pretty sure we did that the other day and it was not great, but we are in a science position right now. I'll do it. What? Thing is, greatsword, like the auto chain is pretty bad. It's pretty terrible. So it's just like you do the like maul, hilt bash, maul, and you don't even get to save the hilt bash for when you need to stun something because you use it as part of the damage. We'll see. All right. I am actually surprised so far. Like, 100%. I hit the wrong button there. Use my healing skill. Okay, let's say 27k. 27k for greatsword, sword axe. Putting it there. So Sword Axe Hammer was 28k, Sword Axe Greatsword was 27k. So if you wanted to just have a block in your kit, or if you found Greatsword more cozy, it's certainly not terrible to bring it. It's just a small, like, 1k damage loss. Like, well, assuming that you've got the same ratio with your skill that I do, it's like a 1k damage loss going from Hammer to Greatsword. It is a damage loss, but it also offers a movement skill and a block, which are very powerful. Let's see. Just looking at the different options here. There is the trait that buffs greatsword damage. I don't remember what trait line that's in. Okay, hold on. Why am I taking skirmishing again? Gain swiftness when swapping weapons, don't care. Sharpened edges, mediocre. Gain fury when swapping weapons in combat. In a group, I should be getting that from a healer. You and your pet gain power. Okay, so this is a power boost. Gain additional power while wielding a sword. Successfully evade. Okay, so that's 240. Oh, that's part of the reason main hand sword is so good with this build. That's right. You deal more damage and have an increased chance to critically strike while attacking from behind or the side. Fury grants ferocity and increased additional critical strike chance. When struck while below the health threshold, gain fury. Okay, so this trait line is mainly for Strider's Strength and Vicious Quarry. Beast Mastery has Greatsword. Greatsword and Spear skills do 10% more damage and recharge 20% faster on two-hand training. Beast Mastery, you and your pet gain ferocity. Axe skills gain reduced recharge and gain additional ferocity while wielding an axe. And then Marksman. What are we testing? We're just trying different things to try to squeeze out more DPS from my quick Untamed build that I've been enjoying lately. It has the freedom to use almost any weapon you want, so we were trying different ones out to see how it feels. So we just, we did like, you know, sword axe plus hammer, mace plus sword axe, and yada yada, you can read it from there. And these are the results that I got. Marksman is higher DPS, isn't it? So here's the thing. When I tried the version of this build that has Marksman up here, a couple of things happened. One, you lose this concentration, and I could not keep quickness up. Which means I had to take Berserkering off of some of my gear and put up, like, Diviners. And so I lost, it's like, any damage I gained from going Marksman was lost by me having to trade out Berserker gear. And although Berserking, Marksmanship, so the Marksmanship trait line, hang on, I'm gonna pull up a guide on it. Let me see. One sec. I'm gonna pull up the other version of this build that people like to use. Okay, they like doing this. All right, what does that give us? Your first hit in combat does Vuln. Okay, doesn't matter. That's only the first hit. You gain might when you strike a foe based on their health percent. It doesn't matter in a group position because the healer will give you 25 might. Your opening strike inflicts cripple. Doesn't matter. Ranger weapon skills deal increased strike damage. Okay, that's a 10% damage buff. Damage is increased, further increased for foes above the range threshold. So if they're above 600 range away, you do more damage. But we're melee, so this is just a 10% flat buff. Okay, opening strike has a increased chance to critically strike. Again, it doesn't matter because you're only getting opening strike on the first hit of combat. So whatever. So 10% damage buff. You and your pet deal increased damage to disabled, defiant, or movement impaired foes. Okay, so 15% more damage. All right, so this plus this is a 25% damage increase. Okay, so that's what we get from Marksman is a 25% damage increase. From this, we get beast skills grant regen around you. Doesn't matter. You and your pet, you do more strike damage for each boon on you. So there's up to 13 boons in the game, so this is up to 13% increased damage. But let's just say 10%, because you're not always going to have like resolution or stability. You're not always going to have those. So let's just say that's 10%, just to round it down. When you gain a boon, you share it with your pet. So this makes it to where your pet always has boons, so your pet will be doing more damage than it would have with the marksmanship build. Because it will have quickness and 25 might and fury and stuff like that. Dodging removes a condition. This doesn't matter. You and your pet have more concentration. This makes it to where you can use full Berserker's gear. Spirit's double slam. So in the case of Storm Spirit, that means that Storm Spirit will do its decent damage attack. Let me put this on passive. So here's Storm Spirit. It'll do a slam, and then it'll do a boon, and then it will do another slam. So that second slam is a slight damage increase on Storm Spirit, and it also makes Spirit of Nature, instead of doing a 5-man revive, it will do a 5-man revive, and then it will do boons, and then it will do another 5-man revive. So that becomes a 10-man revive skill. Not essential, just cool. It's just nice to have. However, I have improved a little bit since I last played this, so for the sake of science, let's try this. We'll do Barksman. I'll try this. So, you know, this is now a 5-man res. Still not bad. And this will only do one. Oh, also this did 400 CC with the double slam. Now it does 200 CC. So this CC skill is now worse than it was. I don't want to test it with Greatsword again. Let's go for the... what was the result I liked the most? Hold on a sec. Mace, Sword, Axe, I enjoyed the most of these two. So I'm going to go Mace, Sword, Axe here. So let me do this. And do Mace and Mace. And let's see. Actually, hold on a sec. Does this have... It has nothing. Okay. So Burrs and Force and right click. Oh, come on. I can't click. Impact. Okay, and fashion, very important. the mood is very distracting with how glorious it looks. Okay, so last time I did Mace, Sword, Axe with nature magic. I was able to keep up 100% quickness, and I did 27.2k DPS. So we're going to pull up Boon Table, and that's our quickness uptime. We got to make sure that stays at 100, and we got to make sure that our DPS is better than before. Those are the requirements here. Okay. So let's do this. All right, now, how much quickness do I have built up on us? 6 seconds. So, I mean, I am keeping the quickness up, and that's great. That means I've improved a bit, because I couldn't do that last time. But, it's 6 seconds. So, that means if there's ever a moment someone's not in range of me, they're losing it. So, basically, this just has, like, very little, if no, you know, if any room for error. So any fight where we're running around, my team doesn't have quickness with this. But I am at 29k DPS. So it is a damage increase over the other build. Small mistake there. Okay. Not capping quickness, kick the player, invite Herald, right? Alright, so I am happy to see this, because this means I improved. And yeah, that feels good. But last time, when I tried the Marksman build, I could not keep quickness up without changing gear out of full Berserkers, but we did this time. So, cool. That feels good. However, it was just like barely there, right? Which kind of scares me. So, what in total happened? If we're comparing our sheets here, marksmanship, sword, axe, plus mace, mace. Actually, wait, let's write it in the same order. It's just easier that way. We got 29.1k. So it was an almost 2k difference, but quickness would fall off the moment you're out of range of me. And what's my range of quickness application? 480. And it's 480 all during the ambush. Like, if you're not near me when at that moment, that's your quickness for, you know, the next 9 seconds. Try bot mid on traits. On what? Marksmanship? Cast Lesser Call of the Wild when you swap pets. I'm not pet swapping really ever. Bot mid moment of clarity. Gain an attack of opportunity for you and your pet on interrupting a foe. Daze and stun durations that you inflict last longer. You really think that's going to do more damage than the 10% flat damage increase? Okay. I'm not pet swapping, so I'm not going to take Lesser Call. I'll try it. We're in a position to do science. I'll try it. And then mid is regain opening strike whenever you gain fury. Opening strike does more damage. Alright. So, but for this to work in a true test, I need... How often does the terminal give me fury? It looks like it's like every 10 seconds the terminal gives you fury. Yeah, so you get fury from the terminal. So the terminal will give me opening strike every 10 seconds. If I run the Tiger, that gives me more fury. Remove fury from terminal? Well, no, I don't have a healer next to me giving me fury right now. I'm not getting it anywhere else. All right, let me test something here. Respawn. Put that on passive. All right, so I'm just gonna hit this once to trigger opening strike. Okay, next time we get fury, does it trigger? Yes. Okay, so the terminal is, okay, so in this next test, the terminal will basically be a pretend healer that gives me a fury every 10 seconds. You're keeping it from the spirit? Summon a spirit target location, apply, the spirit will slam the foe, then shake. I mean, that's not much. Hold on.
Hi there. Use the console to begin
Remove my
combat
boons.
testing. If you have any inquiries, come speak to me.
Dude, that's... Oh, it does like... The spirit does like 4 applications. The spirit does 4 applications of it. Okay. Okay. But if you, like, don't do a hit in between each of those locations, you might... sorry, if you don't do a hit in between each of those pulses, you wouldn't maximize all of it. Unless it was during, like, an Axe 5 or something. Maybe, I mean, maybe you Storm Spirit right before you Axe 5. Okay, alright, hang on. Alright, so boons, utility, alacrity, offense, fury, 20, 25. Okay. Alright, and add tiger there. Okay. Alright. This may take me a few... This is a lot of stuff I wasn't doing before, so this may take me a few tries to make this work. Alright. Wow. This is, not going great. I mislooked the spirit. Down to 22k now. So this is the worst of any test we've done. Now, I didn't play it perfectly, but god dang. Let's try it one more time.
Wahoo!
Wahoo! Why is the pet swap not proccing Call of the Wild? Lesser Call of the Wild has a 15-second cooldown, it looks like, which is a longer cooldown than standard pet swap, which means I think that means that this is only going to proc on every other pet swap, unless I manually slow it down. Alright, so we got like 22 to 23k DPS there. Honestly, not great. Alright, so... Plus... So every time we pet swap, our pet is losing all of its boons. And we do not, with this build, have a backup pet for CC. We lose that. And it's harder to keep quickness up. That's a lot of cons. We have less CC on demand. It's more buttons. We're doing less damage and providing less quickness. This seems really bad. So yeah, it's possible a better player could get more out of it, but I ain't. All right. I think my favorite so far was this. All right. All right, so we're like 28k right now. Which is, how does that, see, mace, sword, axe. We got better. We did better than our last one. So we could up that one a little bit. So this is actually my favorite setup, I think. Yeah, this actually has me wonder. Hang on a sec. Earlier, I tried, I wanted to have an axe main hand on one of my weapons. Just for certain fights. Because it was so fun for clearing all of like Samurag and Gorseval's ad things and stuff like that. But axe there was pretty bad. Sword was a almost 3 to 4k damage increase. What if we try putting the axe there? What would happen? Science. I don't think I ever tried that. So the axe right there. Axe. Burst. Force. Alright, force, impact, force. Okay. Alright, let's try this out just to see what the damage is like. Alright. So right here, there's like a lull of dead time where I got nothing to do but auto. Okay. Went all the way to the end on that one. So 26.6k on that one. So that was... Just copy that. Mace place was sort of... So that was axe mace. Oh my gosh. Axe mace plus sword axe was 26.6k at the end. Okay, so it seems like if I want to bring a main hand axe for a specific fight, it's best to put it in the place of the main hand mace. Seems like the main hand sword pulls a lot of weight. Because this was the other axe option, and it was 2k lower. Interesting. If that trait buffs him every fury gain, does that mean he gets it every 3 seconds from a herald? Yes, in theory. However, we still dropped like 6k DPS using it. So, I mean, keep in mind, it buffs one hit. So like, for example, this move does 12 hits. So 1 hit of it would get buffed every application. So it's... There's certainly a way to use it, but I don't think I was showing it in a good way.
If you have any questions, I'm all ears.
Alright. I wonder if there's any other better relics. Upon striking an enemy with a weapon skill that has a recharge or a resource cost, gain increased strike damage 1%, stacking up to 5 times, so 5% increase. Can you guys think of any other relics that are popular for power users? Let's see, and that's axe. Hang on, All right, those are the same. So that's sword axe, axe mace, and this one. Let's see. Oops. Force.
Oh, hey there, beauty.
I would not want to make a group wait on me, so I would just have like 2 different builds with just that 1 weapon difference depending on the fight. Customize impact. Fireworks is another one. Force impact, force impact. All right, so that's axe mace, sword axe. And the other one I liked was mace mace, sword axe. So that would be this. Burrs and force. Okay. And then the very important fashion. Okay. Okay, now let's swap to build 4. And build 4 has the main hand axe. Alright, so at this point... Oh, I gotta change the pet on this one. At this point, if I'm in a group and we're like doing raids and we're at a boss where there's some trash around the room, like Bone Skinner, I should just be able to swap to that build, and I've got the exact same build with a main hand axe. Cool. I just got to remember that I set this up. And if I play perfectly, I keep quickness up on the party. It has extended duration because we've got lingering magic. My pet has boons. And I do 28k if I play perfectly with the Mace Mace Sword Axe. And I do 26.6k, but AoE the whole room with Axe Mace Sword Axe. Alright. Now I just have to try this out. Cool, 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 cool. This was fun. Hopefully it wasn't too boring for you guys. Just watching me sit here and do math for all this time. Meta hit a wall, but the Convergence boss kills it. Oh, I forgot to look at the Fireworks relic. I still gotta do that. I still gotta look at the Fireworks relic. Hold on, what was it? What does that one do? Is this for a guide? No, this is for upping my own personal DPS. Upon dealing strike damage with a weapon skill, with a recharge time of 20 seconds or more, do increased strike damage for a duration. Refreshes duration on stack. So 7% damage boost for 6 seconds after you use a 20-second cooldown skill. No, 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 yes. No, 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 yes. Okay, so I only have 1 weapon skill on each kit that works, unfortunately. So it's not going to be great. So I think for my build, Fireworks isn't going to stay up. New Ranger pet is crazy DPS. I tested it with full boons and conditions, and it did 3,200 on a golem. Iboga does 3,700, not counting confusion procs. So it was like tied for Tiger, but not tied for first place. I don't know if it'd be decent in PvP or not. Does the class get protection or resolution? Try Relic of the Brawler. Let me read what that one does. I can give those if I need to. You increase strike damage for a duration when granting prot or resolution to yourself. 10% bonus for 4 seconds. Does it stack? Hang on. Like, if I do this, this does, some pulses. Oh, it didn't, it didn't change. La 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 la. Hang on. Okay, I'll try that again. So this pulses resolution 4 times. I'm curious if it stacks. Wow, not only does it not stack, it appears to have an internal cooldown. Oh, it has an 8-second internal cooldown. So even though this provides that boon 4 times, it only procs this 1 time. Yeah, I don't think this would work for an Untamed, at least. Sadly. Alright. Relic of the Thief is popular if you're using any skill within 6 seconds. Yeah, the Thief is kind of my default right now. I was just trying to see if there's anything better. He didn't use F2. The F2 on the Spud does... It does the same damage as... Wait, no, hold on a sec. Where's its auto attack? Okay, its auto attack is 991 plus Torment. The F2 is 11, nope, where's the F2? There it is. Okay, so the F2 does almost the exact same damage as an auto attack, but it corrupts boons. So I absolutely think the F2 for this creature should be left off autocast and used on demand. Because its auto is 991 plus Torment, and the boon rip is 1100. So I think you, but that's good. That means that you can just like save it for when you need it. IMO. All right, chat, I need a quick bathroom break. Look at this beautiful cat. I'll be right back. We back. He looks so peaceful when he's not throwing up on the carpet. Heading him to the tune of the Eurodrome music. Cat shows its love through carpet throws. Through something, that's for sure. Relic of Speed is nice for mobility if you don't mind the DPS loss from other relics. If I want it, well, I imagine the best mobility one is going to be that new Wayfinder one. Increase movement speed while under the effects of swiftness. Wayfinder is, dude, this thing is so good. This is my favorite new relic, chat. 25% more movement speed all the time. 33% more movement speed when you're not in combat all the time. 4 seconds of super speed when you enter combat. Oh, I finally get it. The build you use doesn't include Poison Master. That's why you don't have 2. This is a power build, not Condi. Poison Master isn't even in the trait lines I have. That's in, is that Wilderness Survival? Yeah, that's over here. When using, yeah. When using an F2, your pet's next attack will do poison. But it's only 500 poison for me, because I'm not Condi. Yup. Step Wayfinder, what do you do? At least he ain't a brat about. My brother's cat's a bit of a brat with things he does. He's pretty cool. He's rarely a lap cat, but he likes hanging out near us like all the time. I like Relic of Zakiros. New one helps sustain a bit. Is that the one with like the life steal when you have Fury? Yes. Yeah, it is. All right. Let's go hit something, chat. Do you know how Confusion works on golems? Confusion has 2 components. The first component is it just does a damage over time. The second component is if the enemy uses a skill, like their attack, it triggers the Confusion and takes an additional burst of damage. Golems only take the damage over time portion and never trigger the portion of it that happens when they do an attack. Have you looked at Relic of the Dragon Hunter? Enemies hit by your trap skills become hunted by you, increasing your strike damage and condition duration against them. Yeah, I actually tried this for a while with Flame Trap. And because Flame Trap lasts for 5 seconds... Well, it does 3 seconds of duration, and it does 5 pulses. So from the first hit till the last pulse is like 8 seconds of Relic of the Dragon Hunter, and then it wears off, and then after a few seconds of it wearing off, you can recast it. The Flame Trap itself does crap damage for a power build because it's a Condi tool, but it had very high uptime on Relic of the Dragon Hunter. But it seemed like the loss of all the damage from Frost Trap, because Frost Trap is a power damage skill, so it hits really freaking hard. The loss of that damage, plus the occasional window of time that you go from 10% bonus damage down to 0, in total was worse than just the 5% bonus damage you get all the time from Thief, I think. I think each pulse reapplies. Each pulse does reapply, I'm pretty sure, but Frost, or refreshes it, I guess. But Frost Trap has a 30-second cooldown, so very low uptime with Frost Trap, so I had to use something else. At least I think it was. I could test it, but I don't really want to go set up the whole Golem and training room again right now, so not gonna do that at this time. Mark, does that relic with movement speed stack with swiftness? No. So all movement speed things in the game, you only get the effect of the strongest one. So if you have like 25% movement speed, that is what you have. If you have swiftness, it replaces the 25% movement speed. If you have super speed, it replaces the other 2. Stuff like that. Okay, so let's test the waters here, chat. I'm looking to punch some bosses. I want to make a squad. Would anyone be interested on the North American servers to do some strike missions? I am going to link the squad join command in the Twitch and YouTube chats if you would like to do this with me. I'm itching to play Quick Untamed, and we'll see how it goes. If I don't get good responses, then I'll try something else, but this is the first thing. And look at my glorious buffs that go freaking behind my map. Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. At Muck Discord. What's up? Oh, snap. Okay. Wow. Barlock, that's very generous of you. Thank you. I like being able to blame someone if this goes poorly. Flute Girl, are you still here? Chat, he's kneading my shoulder. Flute Girl, are you still here? I'm getting a shoulder massage, chat. What? Flute Girl, please pick a number between 1 and 10. Oh, the massage has stopped. Flute Girl picked the number 7, Barlock. She picked the number 7. Okay, Barlock had a mini game for us. He said have someone pick a number between 1 and 10, and I'm going to do something based on the number. Okay, let's see what we got. And I'm going to turn my attention to this squad for a second. So let's see, I'll put myself there. Arian, if you could heal Alak, please. And do we have another healer besides Arian? Question mark. I am worldview worried. Thank you, Flute. Vin says I can do either heals. All right, Vin, if you could also heal Alak, and then revived Karos can DPS quick. And then everyone still in group 1, if you could just do max damage. All right, what is the daily? Let's see, daily strike mission. Temple of Firebrand. All right. There we go. That bar is becoming ridiculous. Yeah, this is insane. Oh. Someone left the group. Chat, we have room for one more. If anybody would like to join, the squadron command is still in the chats. We have room for one. Looks like we lost one. Does Soto only have 2 strikes? Yes. They has 2 strikes that both have a normal and a challenge mode. Cosmic Observatory and Temple of Phoebe. Alright. Splitting up the DPS. Okay. Why is this window so small? There. That's a little bit better. I couldn't even see the class icons. Also, I need yarn money. No yarn money for you, Flute. Okay. Waiting on Alma to zone in. Barlock, I see what you're whispering me. Are those... She picked the number 7, so I'm kind of confused. Are those the same as what was listed as number 8? I am super grateful and appreciative either way. I just want to know what we've got. I'm just trying to figure out what we got. Okay, let's do a ready check for the group. You forgot to change your spirit. Oh, thank you. That would have been a damage loss. Alton ready. Someone's making the clone thing. Absorb the orbs. CC. Okay, hitting rage. Oh my god. All my boons got corrupted. Straight up having a bad time. I was like, let me just do the weakest Axe 5 the world has ever seen with my 0 might and cripple. Just start swinging around, wacky waving, inflatable arm wailing tube men.
You will suffocate!
Dodge roll this. I don't know if that went through Twitch delay in time, but I tried. Malice. Block the orbs. Dodge roll this. Sack the greens. CC. Nice, that felt really good. All right, what are the results? 96% quickness that time on my party. I'm guessing the only time it fell off is when we had to run around. I'm hoping that's the only time. And 23k damage, and the curve was the top person at 26k. That felt pretty good. That felt pretty good. All right, Arborstone time. Barlock said check mail for giveaway. Plus, there's gem codes in the Discord. Oh my god. Oh my god. Thank you, Barlock. So chat, what he did is he whispered me a thing, and he said 1 equals this, 2 equals this, 3 equals this, etc. And so like he couldn't claim that like he changed it later, and he's like, tell someone to pick a number. So I told Flute Girl to pick a number. And the number that Flute Girl picked resulted in Barlock sending me these items to use for a giveaway. Wow, dude, Glyph of Volatility? That's a few hundred gold. Holy crap. And also, he sent me 2,000 gem codes. Oh boy. Thank you very much, dude. That was very kind, very generous of you. So yeah, let's say after the strikes, we could do some Barlock sponsored giveaways, chat. Anyone who's still here at that time. Appreciate that. This has probably already been answered, but what's the overlay that's showing the name of the place when he loads in? It has never been answered. That is Regions of Tyria. It is a module that you can get for Blish HUD. Exclamation Blish if you want it. Let's see, Ether Blade for this one. Volatility is valued at 410 gold currently. I'm not surprised. It's, most consider it the best one. Let's see. There's not many ads on this fight, so I'll keep my current setup. You can hold the gem codes for later giveaway if you want to promote. You could use them for the normal giveaway day. Yeah, if you're cool with that, I could use them for like the grand prize. I'll definitely give the items out tonight because we've already got everybody all excited. But yeah, I could save some of this for like a Tuesday grand prize or something. That would be awesome. Okay, looks like everyone's in here. I'm double checking my food buff. Okay, I'm good. Okay.
Wow. You just brought everyone, huh?
Stinky shrub.
We should finish this now.
Woman, stop running all over the place. I got little legs.
Spend a few years in the mist. You meet the most fascinating people.
Ooh, this is going to be fun.
I need your power. I need more. Please. I can't lose again.
Still doing okay. Dear Diary, today I hit for 70k with an Axe 5. It was a good day. I got kind of lucky it lined up with the Defiance break bar there.
Ooh, this is going to be fun.
did you...
Watch the lightning. Here-ish. It's like right now quickness is falling off my party, but I'm waiting to refresh it till we can attack again. And I know that. There's lightning in the group.
should finish this now.
Here. Displace on boss, what are you doing? My best! I'm doing my best, okay?
How did you...
Yo, top damage! Woo! Part of that, and I know this, is because when we split up, I kept, not intentionally, but I kept ending up hitting the one that you can actually damage, whereas some people were doing break bar damage on the other one. But, yeah, nice. I'm glad to see that all of the tinkering I did in that prep room is giving tangible results. That feels good. Is there a way to yoink the final version of this Untamed build? I tell you what, Thalarg, I'm going to say it right now, and if I say it too fast, then you'll need to do some screenshots or clip it, okay? Alright. That's the build. Those are the pets. That's for CC. All Berserkers. Thief. Rune of the Fireworks. Force Impact. Force Impact. Mace Mace. Sword Axe. If we do a fight where there's a lot of AoE stuff like scattered around the room, I have an Axe Mace instead. That's it. Alright, Icebrood Saga. Do you know about the purple orb strat on the new Fractal? No. Tell me. What is the purple orb strat? Mark, is the Untamed build you have been using featured in the video you did for Untamed? Yeah, I might have tinkered a couple of things since then, but yeah, that's the basis of it, yes. Like, the general rules of how to play it are in that video. Shiver Pigs. Kick E-Park in the purple orbs and he gives up. I thought it was the blue ones. Hi.
Commander, heard you're headed back into the pass. I'll be right there.
Give me that. You
I got
stay
Sean.
put. Be careful up there. Conditions have gotten
Your arm
worse
is so
since
long.
Vanguard left. You'll have to find another way
Come
up.
on, no. Get all the orbs no matter the order, but just get all but the purple ones and let the boss absorb those. For some reason, people are doing 60k DPS doing that. That sounds like a bug. Muck, I can show you a trick to pre-stack the bears. The Coca-Cola bears? It involves everyone GGing or waiting to enter, though. No, it's not worth. I appreciate the offer, but I'm willing to bet that having everyone do whatever that is would take longer than just walking in and killing them immediately. It's kind of like when everybody in EU GGs as soon as they get to the first boss of Nightmare, but if they just kept going and didn't GG, it would be faster. Because they're like, we got a GG, and then re-attack with full boons. It's like, if you had just attacked immediately and then, like, put your boons up, it would be dead. We wouldn't be dead. IMO. Whoa. Someone gave me swiftness mid-jump, and I wasn't anticipating that. I almost overshot.
I should be there.
You're being a distraction.
Who's that? Eric, you can port up to us by clicking on us on the map. I asked you a question, Commander. What's up, Highlands Lady? Would you say my dad broke the microwave if it stopped working while he was using it, or no? I mean, if I wanted to give my dad a hard time, I would tell him that he broke it. But what would I really think? It depends on how he was using it. Like, does he punch the buttons full force? Or does he just, did he just hit, like, you know, closed door 30 seconds and the thing exploded? Because I can't really blame him for that. I would to his face, but I can't, like, really do it. Start a giveaway for the mailed items. Save the gym codes for later if you choose. Roger that, Barlock. Will do that. Let me finish these strikes, because the giveaway bot takes up a lot of the screen space, and then I will do it after the strike missions. Laura, hello! Welcome, thank you for the raid. You spoil me. Appreciate that. Welcome, welcome, welcome. MuklukYoutube squad thought to be Reginald Esquad the fourth, this is Chance of Face the third, because all of you to the lap. Hope you enjoy our entertainment on the way. Crank up the speakers, stop the speakers, giveaways every week. Please take a seat, which will only need the edge. Shut up, Bram! I don't even care. Welcome, welcome, welcome. For those of you just tuning in, we are trying, well, I've been playing Quickness Untamed a lot this last week, but I just did a little, like an hour of tinkering around in the testing room and made some slight adjustments to it, and we are trying it out, and I'm really happy because it's working. I'm keeping up 100% quickness uptime, and I'm doing very good on the damage meter. And also, I am helping keep up vigor and regen and prot and some might and self-stab and self-barrier and the quickness that I'm doing while I'm doing that damage. So it's a very exciting time right now. Additionally, because I know you guys like free stuff, all you drops collectors, we are doing a giveaway after I finish the strike missions. A member of our community named Barlock was kind enough to send me a bunch of stuff and said, hey, do a giveaway tonight. And I was like, hey, you're awesome. And yeah, so we got a giveaway coming up pretty soon. Let's see, we just did Sure Pig, so no, the bears. We usually do the bears next. You have to do them in order. Bears, there we go. How do you get Boon Table for Arc? It's a separate install. If you do, hang on. This is a link to my webpage that has instructions for add-ons. There is one for Add-on Manager, and the add-on manager can install Arc DPS and Boon Table for you. I used that to do it. Is the health bar Untamed effect working again? Oh, you mean the green thing? Yeah, some months ago they fixed that and synced it up. However, Laura, I don't know if you, you saw on Twitter, I was like, hey, I'm interested in making a video about old bugs that need to be fixed. What's something you know? And it was pointed out to me that almost this exact same thing exists for Blade Sworns. Like when they go into Dragon Slash, there's like a yellow glow on their 3 slash buttons, but the yellow glow is offset by like half the icon. So it's like they have the exact same problem that Untamed has, but it's never been fixed. Or had, I should say. Or to quote one of the warriors, it's never been fixed because they hate a warrior. That's what they said.
All will be preserved, dreamer. Guide the arrows, my claw.
We're about to activate challenge mode. If you choose to accept it.
My voice. We dream together.
Easy. 28k, yes. And 90% uptime. Did quickness fall off at some point? 90%. Maybe that was when we were running from like one location to the next or something. I was 99 on the last fight. Let's see. How hard would it be to unlock Chronomancer solo? Wait, what? To unlock Chrono? Not hard? As hard as any other class in the game. You just gotta get the hero points. I just checked my Great Blade Sword and the offset graphic is there. I never noticed it before. That's because you're usually going into and getting out of Dragon Slash like or Dragon Trigger as fast as possible. You're not usually staring at the toolbar. I didn't know about it until people pointed it out to me. You know another weird one that people pointed out to me? If you play an Asura Ranger and you pull out a longbow or a short bow, your backpack gets larger. It's faint, but I confirmed it. It's true. If you go into like unsheath and you have like swords, and then you swap to bow, your backpack inflates a little, and then if you weapon swap back, it shrinks back down. And you can keep swapping and it'll keep doing that. I've gotten some really, really weird ones.
How are you doing?
Let's see. Druid glyph skills do nothing but still go on cooldown when holding Khalidbog or certain other items in the OG personal story. What? It's because druids hadn't been invented yet at that time, and for the lore reasons, you can't be a druid there.
Dream with me.
Oh, you did not.
It's time to sleep.
I bugged. Let Alma, don't heal Alma, and then when they go down state, you can revive them, and you can turn them off and back on again. I'm not joking, that's how you fix the bugged people. You give them a hard reboot. No, the vulnerable.
You fought so hard, but your long day has ended.
GG! Hey! Top damage. 98% quick top damage. Nom 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 nom. I think you're looking good. Have you beaten that really hard raid that Snow Crows took several days to beat? More like took several days to catch up. Yeah, I soloed that. No, I have no idea what you're talking about. Maybe Saracium? I'm guessing Saracium. Mug himself will only be live for about another hour. It says, yes, I'll be live for another hour, but I know there's lots of people trying to get the drops. Anytime there's Guild Wars 2 drops and I'm streaming during that, I always make sure to raid another person to move you over to their channel when I'm done. So, I'll now whether or not they'll do the same courtesy, I don't know. We'll see. I try, though. I make an effort. Made a Guild Wars 2 skill link for the build test tomorrow. Sure. I hope it helps. Yeah. There's a rhythm to it that's basically, you know, when your weapon swap comes available, you move Unleash to your pet, then back to you, ambush, weapon swap, ambush. And then just hit other stuff. And then when your weapon swap becomes available, you do that sequence I mentioned again, and that's most of your damage, and that's how you keep quickness up. Unleash pet, unleash self, ambush, weapon swap, ambush. Every 10 seconds you do that. Imagine if customer service replied to you with, have you tried dying and getting back up again? I mean, that's just American healthcare. Now, there's a bug with this boss. I'm pretty sure it's going to forcibly change my pet. Watch. Iboga, let's see. Will it do it? Oh, it's because he knew I was looking. He knew I was looking. Aha, I'll get you next time, Whisper. I'll get you next time. He frequently forcibly pet swaps me during that opening thing. Alright, I knew quickness fell off, but I was waiting a few seconds to make sure everyone possible got out of their little clone room so that they all got it. Oh boy. No! The perfect defense against Axe 5. He threw my Axe 5 into the ceiling! He didn't even interrupt it. He just threw me into the ceiling. Audacity. Nice, I was able to use my self barrier just to block that. I didn't even have to dodge it. Weird gimmick, go! Alright, this is when he knocks us across the room unless the healer gives us stability. Wait, is he just broken? No, there he goes. Okay, it took him a minute. I think he got shut down and turned back on again. We hit him so hard, we rebooted him. Oh boy. Oh, Spirit of Nature. Oh. Yo, that was such fast reflexes. I saw 2 people get blendered. I threw Spirit of Nature on them, but I was pretty sure by the time the animation finished casting that they were going to be dead. Then you blood magicked them out of the middle to save them, and then I canceled the Spirit of Nature to save the cooldown, and then the fight ended. Like, all of that happened in the last 1 second. Oh my gosh. Alright. Let's see. We got Bone Skinner and then giveaway chat. Courtesy of Barlock. You should get it, yeah. Oh yeah, the drops. The drops continue until the end of Sunday. Tomorrow I'll be streaming tomorrow night. And then Sunday I'll be streaming almost the entire day because we're celebrating the 6 years on Twitch thing. So from 12 noon to 12 midnight. So if you want to use my channel to mooch, I'll be live tomorrow night and all day Sunday. But any streamer that has drops in their stream title should be doing it. How to enter giveaway? When I start the giveaway, I will give you guys a keyword to enter. I'll be like, everybody who wants to enter, type potato, and then everyone's like, potato! And then I'll basically pick names from that. It just filters out the AFK people. Waka 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 waka. Alright. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna do the thing on this fight. I'm gonna do the thing. I am going to swap to... Actually, you know what? We got 3 Necros. I was tempted to swap to the axes. You know what? I am gonna stay mazes. I could have swapped a main hand axe so that I could help kill the ads around the room, but we got 3 Necros. If we don't have a Necro using Spectral Grasp, we deserve to get shot by ads. So, I am just gonna be like, it's you guys. It's you guys. I am bringing 2k higher DPS so that they do the pulls. I have Grasp, you better. Woohoo! That guy got hit. Whoa, that was, I saw the word evade there. I barely avoided that. I did not see the red box. I did that just by, like, instinct. It's okay. Oh no. Spirit of Nature. Boom. Done. Alright. I don't have any more of that. Y'all did hear me when I said I didn't have any more Spirits of Nature, right? I feel like y'all were testing there. Yeah, maybe he's got one more. Mmm. 99% quickness. Top DPS bones counter, baby. Oh my god. Feels good. You always have one more. I did not. On Druid, I always have one more. I'm DPS Untamed. You're lucky I had one AoE res. Your you know what those DPS virtuosos would have done? Oh, that's a damn shame. They just throw a handkerchief on yourself, be like, you know, clean yourself up. I'm sorry. Wait, hold on. Hold on. I just saw this guy's fashion. I'm gonna wake my son up. Wonderful. Nice bottles. Oh, magical. Absolutely magical. Okay. GG. What's that? You have endless spirits of nature? Okay, yeah. Spirits of nature cooldown should be spirits of nature cooldown getting reduced should be nice. Dude, yeah, but I had just used it. It's not getting reduced from 120 seconds down to 5. It's getting reduced down to 90. It still wouldn't have helped him in that situation. What backpack is this? The one with the candles? What is this thing called? I don't know. Burden. I think that's from Raidwing 4. The 4th boss has like a giant one of these like locked on top of him, like he's in it like stocks. We're backpack buddies. Alright. GG. Alright, stepping out of the group here. Open this with 3 profit crystals. That was fun. These small changes to this build feel really good. Okay. Alright, chat. Our dear Barlock in our community was kind enough to send me 2 codes worth 2,000 gems for a future giveaway. That alone is amazing. That's like near $50. And he also sent me a mail full of some very expensive items. This was not a planned giveaway. No ads. Oh, Sheep can't see the stream. Oh, Sheep, you've won the giveaway. This is your last call. I need a response within, how long is the ads? 31 seconds. Within 29 seconds, or it's going to someone else. Flute Girls, you want his sword. Flute's gonna eat the sword. Oh yeah, oh, you're back. Oh, time's up. I'm sorry. Oh man, you should have listened. You should have listened. Chad, have you heard about Twitch Prime? It enables you to participate in giveaways and not be plagued by ads. All right. Someone said congrats, Sheep, and he's like, huh? Oh my god. Oh my goodness. So bad. Alright, yeah. Last call for Sheep. 3, 2, 1. Guess he's gone. You were supposed to say potato. Okay, alright. So, Barlock was kind enough to give us these items for anyone except Sheep to win. So, we've got the big code for later on, and we got these items. What have we got here? I think the Glyph of Volatility might be worth the most. These are all pretty costly things. One sec. Beep, beep. Yeah. Dude, it's these top 5 items. Look at those price tags, chat. Look at those price tags. All right, so here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna boot up the giveaway bot. I didn't have it ready because I wasn't expecting to need it today. Beep, 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 beep. And do this. And giveaway is NA. Yeah, you guys that drink tea over there, I hate you. No, it's all regions. Guild Wars 2, EU and NA can mail between each other. They have the same economy. Where's my giveaway music? Alright. Just turn on that in the background. There we go. Alright, chat. I'm booting up the giveaway bot. Here's what you need to know. If you would like to participate in this giveaway, everyone except Sheep, pay attention. Pay attention. More than he did. Alright. Once again, shout out to Barlock. Thank you to him for just giving us this stuff. I did not have a giveaway planned today. The next one was Sunday, but this is pretty freaking awesome. So, what you need to know. Rule number 1. If you're watching on Twitch, you have to be a follower or the giveaway bot will ignore you. If you are watching on YouTube, you have to be a subscriber or the giveaway bot will ignore you. It's the free click and it helps the channel out immensely. That's the only minimum requirement. Rule number 2. If you are a Twitch subscriber, you basically help me pay my bills, and I appreciate that. So you guys get an extra chance to win the giveaway. That is not required. It's just a little pay to win because you put food on my table, but not required. So good time to use those Prime subs. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. The last thing you need to do is, starting now, input your Guild Wars 2 display name into the chat box of my Twitch stream or my YouTube stream. Either one. And don't try to put it into both of them. It will only count it once, you sleazy people. I know you'll do it. So if you don't know where to find that, you click on contacts in the top left, and it's this right here. This is not personal information. This is just like your mailbox number on for mailing you stuff. It's just your in-game mailbox. That's it. So type that in, and as long as you've typed in something that looks like a name dot a number, the bot will pick it up. That's all you got to do. And we have 5 winners. We have 5 Barlocky prizes. Let's see. We got, let's see, the mace, the node, the sword. I'll take swords for 500, Alex. That doesn't say swords, Sean. That says S words. How about Shaba? That's a sword that starts with S. This was a fun build in that those strikes we did, but it was a little dangerous because the 2 on the sword, the 3 on the sword, and the Axe 5, all basically you lose control of your character. I had to make very sure that I was only using those when we had finished movements on Bone Skinner. I think I just had my down 5 skill pop in World v World. Eh? Had it pop? What do you mean, had it pop? Do we need exclamation? No, it's just like your name dot number. That's it, just name dot number. That's it. Does it work when I'm on EU? No, I hate you. Yes, it works. It's fine. Yeah. That's one of the plus things on Guild Wars 2. You can be on any server, and I may not be able to see you, but I can mail to you. Friday giveaway? Yeah, unexpected banana. Barlock came in here and said, Flute, pick a number, and Flute picked a number, and he said, here's some prizes. He was totally, if she had picked the number 10, he said he was going to buy her like $200 worth of yarn, but she picked the number 7, which was he gives me $50 worth of gems to give away and a bunch of items. So, it was pretty good for me. But, yeah, I mean, she's not too thrilled about it. Oof, yeah, seriously. How do you get that electrical effect on your character? Oh, that's the Schwad. Weapon swap. This sword is the legendary Generation 1 sword called Bolt, and it's it does the electric effect. And you can see it does electric footsteps too. No? Yes. Let's see. 45 seconds. If we've got any late comers into the giveaway that would like to participate, you need to be a follower on Twitch or a subscriber if you're watching me on YouTube right now, because I stream to 2 places. If you have done that and you type in your Guild Wars 2 display name in the chat, which looks like a name dot number, then you're in. If you want a little extra luck, if you're a subscriber on the Twitch side, great time to use your primes, then you get an extra chance to win because you put food on my table and I appreciate you. But that is not required. What's your idea for a new ranger pet? So each ranger pet does something different. Now, many of them are useless, right? Like the hyena can summon a second hyena, but they both combined do less damage than a single cat, so it serves no purpose. But every pet does something different. This one can help keep regen on a party. This one can help keep fury on a party. I would like something that can give just 1 stack of stability to a 5-man group with when you hit the F2. And when I think something stable, I think of, I don't know, like a hippo? Like some kind of stocky animal. That just scared the hell out of me. Hi. Can I help you? Bro, I got jump scared a little bit there. Okay. The pig should give stab that? Maybe. But that's it. That's my new dream pet. And the reason is, the Heal Untamed has 2 major weaknesses. 1, it blinds its allies with green snot. 2, it does not have any way, in any possible way, to give stability to its team. So if Heal Untamed had 1 stack of stability on demand from a pet, it would open a lot of doors. You got chip on your shoulder? A hippo would definitely be a power tank. Yeah. They got some strong chompers, too. I've seen videos of zoo staff. They just toss like a whole watermelon to a hippo and it just catches it in its mouth and it's just like numb. Like not even with teeth, just like the force of it just closing its mouth. The roof of its mouth bursts the watermelon. What's a horse? It's like a unicorn with no horn. Bull or ox, that'd be cool. Just have Tauros, the Pokemon, as your pet. All right, chat, let's do it. So once again, thank you to Barlock in the chat who just spontaneously sent me a bunch of money worth of stuff and said do a giveaway. Here we go. Winner number 1, what are you going to get? Dark Matter Hammer. This is what it looks. Oh wait, you know what? This looks pretty nice. No, I'm keeping this. Winner number 2. What do you? No, I'm just kidding. It does look pretty freaking nice though. Dark Matter Hammer. This is what it looks like. Very edgelord, very I shop at Hot Topic, you know. Put this on with your fingerless gloves that say love and hate on the knuckles. That is it. That is what it is. If you don't want to keep this weapon, because you're not good at playing Catalyst, you can sell it for upwards of 55 gold. Pick a winner. Cyber Duodale, are you here? He says MuklukYoutube. Cyber Duodale. I mean, he said potato. That's how you know he's participating. Mail item. Pasty pay rigged. It's not rigged. Look, when it's rigged, it does this. That's when it's rigged. Okay? It's not rigged. All right. Congrats, Cyber. Pasty, 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 paste. Send me up. All right. Congratulations. Pet rock ranger pet would be amazing. You just. What if it had a stun and the graphic is you just pick it up and throw it at the enemy and it hits them in the head? All right. Iron ore mining node. All right, for those who don't know what this is, if you double click this or right click use, it will vanish. So be careful if you don't mean to do that. It will install an iron node into your home instance. That thing that you see me mine at the beginning of each of my streams, that's my home instance. This gives you the iron node. So effectively, this gives you a few iron every day for the rest of the time you play Guild Wars 2. So it's infinite money if you have infinite life. If you sell it, if you don't want to deal with the home instance, someone else will buy this from you for 84 gold. How do you get a home instance? Everyone has one. It's just if they don't know about it, then it's probably empty. But here is a video guide on how to build it if you want it. What was that hammer skin? Dark Matter. That was the Dark Matter hammer skins.
That node really pumps iron.
Okay. All right. Iron ore mining node. Again, you can install it and mine it every day or just sell the whole thing to someone else. Pick winner. Taza Bluey, are you here? Taza Bluey. Also chat, loaf. Tazza says, oh wow. Wow. Like Owen Wilson. Wow. Why am I hitting sell? That's about. I'm like, yeah, you win. Just sell it right in front of you. Look you right in the eye. Pasty, 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 pasty. It's in mail. Wow. All right. Congratulations. What about a loaf cat that gives stability? What if when it moved around to follow you, it stayed in loaf form? Like its legs didn't move. It just like slid around. Permaloaf. I remember a pet in Black Desert Online you could get that was a penguin, and when you ran too fast for it, it would jump on its belly and slide after you, even if you were going uphill. Like, it didn't matter the terrain. It was just, it would slide on its belly uphill through gravel, and it was fine with that. Whatever. Dark Matter Dagger skin. This is the next one, chat. Very edgy goodness. That is what it looks like. That's what it looks like in the hands of an Asura. And if you do not want it, you can sell it for upwards of 94 gold. That is more expensive than I thought it would be. 94 gold. A very coveted edgy item. Peak wiener. The Duggernaut. Are you here? The Duggernaut. Are you here? You know what would be such a slap in the face is if ArenaNet did add a new pet that gave stability to your party, and it was aquatic. Like it was a freaking anglerfish or something, and we could only use it underwater. Wow, spelling. Okay, Duggernaut is here. Meal item. Pasty paste. Nope. Pasty, 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 paste. An underwater only rock. An underwater rock. It's like a barnacle. It sticks to the ground where you summoned it and then it cannot follow you. Or like a sea sponge. So stable. Alright. Next up, chat. Advanced Cloth Rack. So this item, when put in your home instance, just like the Iron Node will give you stuff every day, in this case it's linen, silk, or gossamer every day. So expensive cloths. So this gives you those every single day, or if you don't want to deal with it, you could just sell the whole node to someone else, and it can be sold for upwards of 103 gold. That's almost enough to buy yarn. Peak wiener! Captain Fun Size. That was his name in high school. Are you here? Captain Fun Size, are you here? He says, I am. Mail item. Pasty, 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 paste. Send mail. Nice. Check mail. Check mail? Use this for giveaway. Tater tater. Sure. Okay, thank you, Kaneki. I will do that. Alright, chat. I guess we've got one more prize. Alright, let's see. What is this? Potato. You know, I am so behind on refunds. I'll refund them, but I'll still do some of them. Just to keep the energy. Alright. Dark Matter Longbow. Preview.
Huge 52-month action.
Huge! Thank you, D-Doctor. Are you still an Ingy main? It's been so long. I hope you're doing well. Appreciate that. Welcome. Alright. That is the Dark Matter Longbow, chat. If you don't want it, it can be sold for upwards of 49 gold. Ooh! Peak wiener. Captain says thanks so much. You're welcome. Very polite. Ray Deer, are you here? Ray Deer, are you right here? Always NG me no matter if they nerf Hollow. They are nerfing Hollow, actually. Funny you say that. He says, meal item. Pasty pasty. Pierced. See meal. What? Did you spell your own name wrong? Radier, please double check the name you have provided. Is this the name your mama gave you? This is the potato of judgment. I totally expected a nerf to Mesmer rifle. Yeah, but only when a Mirage holds it. Like a nerf to Mesmer rifle ambush. That would have been hilarious, because like no one plays that. No radio. Okay, hold on. He sent me another name, chat. Take two, Electric Boogaloo. It worked! He discovered his own name. He's found his parents. All right, here we go. All right, chat. The grand prize of tonight's unexpected giveaway. Once again, special thank you to Barlock, who just made all this happen out of nowhere. Appreciate you, buddy. Huge, huge help. Also, for a future giveaway, he gave me $50 worth of gems, which will be going to you guys in the near future. That is something we're saving for another day. But for now, the grand prize, Glyph of Volatility. This is a really cool item. For those that don't know, you basically slap this on one of your gathering tools, and every time you gather with that tool, it will give you a little bit of volatile magic. And that builds up pretty fast over time. I have done a few videos where I took, see, I've got 400,000 of it. I've done a few videos where I took like 1 million of this and just turned it into 4,000 gold. It can be turned into gold at a very high rate. So basically you're getting extra money every time you harvest stuff. If you don't want to use this item, you can just sell it, because people do want it, and it is currently worth upwards of 410 gold. Oh, I should also say, if you don't have infinite gathering tools, you can put it on normal ones, and when the tool disintegrates, this will pop back off and land in your bag. So you can still use it under those conditions. However, I'm pretty sure if you bind this to your account, if you use it a single time, you cannot sell it anymore. So make sure you do what you want to do. Make an informed doing. All right. So, with that, Glyph of Volatility, last item for tonight. Cross your fingers, cross your toes, use a lifeline, phone a friend, poll the audience, do that 50-50 thing, because this is the big one. Pick. It's taking too long. There we go. LeFay 2015. I am very sorry to LeFay 2014, who got very excited. Sit back down. Is LeFay 2015 here? If so, I have got so much volatility for you. No more ad? What happened? Some schmuckety muck, and I can't tell who it is, keeps DMCAing the ad on YouTube. So it is not safe to play. Well, I mean, it's like I don't get in trouble if I play it, but then they take all the ad revenue from that stream, unless I then go in and cut it out. And then it takes like 6 hours for YouTube to process that. And then I have to like republic the video, and it's just a major pain. So we're easing up on the ad until hopefully that gets resolved. LeFay, last call. You're about to give up 410 gold. Are you here? Sheep! I freaked out because one of my characters is called LeFay and I thought it was me. Wait, it is me. It is you! You lovable oaf! I almost called you way worse things. Wait, what? Dude, they typed, oh man, I freaked out because I thought it was me. Wait, it is me. Yeah, LeFay. That is the name you chose on this platform. You dingus. You absolute dongle. You egg. Oh my gosh. Oh man, I was so freaked out. I thought it was me. All right, chat, a slow clap for LeFay, the artist formerly known as LeFay. All right. Mail item. I can't believe I forgot my name. That makes 2 of us. That makes 2 of us. Pasty, pasty, paste. To the Twitch user formerly known as LeFay. I can't do this. Pasty, pasty, paste. Send mail. There we go. G freaking G. All right, thank you again, Barlock, who gave me all this stuff to give to you guys tonight, and without of whom we would never have met LeFay. All right, pause that. Okay, and close that, and close that. Wonderful. G freaking G. It was Dio the whole time. You thought it was LeFay, but it was me, Dio. Ah. Oh no, I have to spend some of the bucks. Chat, what do I buy? Clovers. It's there, that's fine. Okay. There we go. Okay, let's see. I got about a half hour. Have you ever seen the tiny mount skin video? No? That sounds wrong. Do you mean like Tiny made a mount? Like it's a Surin motorcycle? Because the thing you said sounds bad. Alright, anyway, let me go see if anyone's doing the new meta. I just want to hit stuff with my maces. Your inventory made me sick. Your opinion makes me sick, so we're both sick. How about that? Yeah, look, I paid for 448 inventory slots. I'm going to use 448 inventory slots. Also, look, there, it's clean. I got enough room in here to fit 3 of your opinion. All right? And that is pretty big. Let's move on. Interneos. Wow, okay. There's a lot of room in there. Those are some big opinions, right? Where are we going, escort man? I tell a VTuber who's streaming the mug is in the background of her stream, oh, that's neat. I tell Evelyn, she comes and starts staring. Okay. At least it wasn't the person that came and started insulting. Yeah, that would be way worse. Can you imagine? What the heck was that? You guys saw that, right? No, there he goes again. Oh, he's doing that other event where you, like, reveal the sneaky dudes. Bro, I was like, what's this guy doing with a UV lamp? I thought he just came up like a paparazzi, started taking pictures. Green Lantern. In brightest day and blackest night, no evil shall escape my sight. Let those who worship evil smite. Beware my power. Asura flashbang. I don't know where we're going, Frody, but I'm here. I'm all in.
Powerful beings, you have reason to aid us, but I've seen your kindness. There are no loyalists.
Oh, look, an event. Neat. Snaps picture. Neat.
Of Eparch? Both. But if you help them, perhaps they will see beyond your monstrous exteriors, as I do. Tall task, Wayfinder. See if you can help us gain their trust.
I like how the demon's like, if you help them, perhaps they'll see beyond your monstrous exterior. Yeah, okay. Beauty being relative and all that. Frody? Yeah, Frody. He has an E. Respect him by saying every letter of his name. Frodo, but no. Yeah, if his name was Frode, it wouldn't have an E on there. That would just be silly. Actually, I guess his name would just be Fraud. Fraud. What are we supposed to do that? Oh, it's like bandages and stuff. Nah, man, I ain't doing that. I have spent all day fine-tuning my ability to be violent. I am here for the violence. Let's see. T1 easy TP. What? What? What's he talking about? T1 easy TP. Alright, let's look at the other maps. Let's see what's going on. T1 Rifts. Oh. Okay. Thought it was some kind of race car.
If anyone is out there, we need to get these sky scales across the desert and could use some extra hands.
There's a mentor there. The gates to the wizard's tower are closed. Alright, let's check up here. Gosh, how hard is it to find something that needs bonking? You wouldn't think this would be so difficult. Yo, how you get those cool letter things on the screen? Ah, that is a module called Regions of Tyria. It can be installed with the Blish HUD add-on. Exclamation Blish if you're interested, Banana. The barrier between rifts holds. Well, that's not great. Alright, let's check the Blish HUD event timers. Let's see what's going on right now. Aetherblade Assault. Let's check. Seitung is a fun meta. Let's see what's going on. What's Blish? Everyone uses Nexus. Ain't never heard of it. Let's see. Let's see. End of Dragons, Seitung. Meta Overflow. Palawadon and Thunderhead is soon. Wow, I haven't done those in like a year. Ah, nice. This one's going. This one's going. Chat, we found some violence.
I'm sorry.
Violence, not violence. This is an ode to my code when I rode by Frody. He strode by a diode and electrode on his way to the commode. Frody doesn't really rhyme with the rest of those. Wait, where is this guy? Oh, they're on the cannon step. Dang. Got some damage here. We killed that thing quick. You ready, Stinky Shrub? Yeah, he's ready.
What do we have here?
I have had it with these undue surprises. Initiating rage mode.
Oh no! I was in the middle of an animation. I got locked. Initiating rage mode.
You gonna cry? Run
No.
home to your master.
No! Ow. Dang it, I hit my... I got greedy on that Axe 5, chat. You jerk! No one knocks me down a cliff but me.
Programmed for labor. You're pampered.
Still 4th place, and I even visited the ground. Flute Girl has timed out Banana Boro for 60 years. 60 years? Flute. He pays for at least 6 ramen cups per month. That's too much. Reel it back in a little bit, please. I didn't even know you could do 60-year bans. Flute teaching me. She's just mad she didn't pick 10 earlier with Barlog and get that yarn money. It's 60 seconds. Yeah, now you changed it. Muck right now. I modified my build and crave violence. Yes. The Asura yearns for the skulls. Oh, that makes me think of the Warhammer Skulls Festival. For those that don't know, most Warhammer games are like 75% off right now because of the, they call it Skulls. It's like a thing they do periodically. It's like a huge sale. So you can get what, you know, is normally like a $1,000 action figure for the low, low price of like $300. Wow. Did you ever play the Warhammer MMO? Nope. I just got introduced to Warhammer stuff like a year or two ago, but since then I've played a lot of different Warhammer games. Like, let's see. Let's check Mukluk plays. Search for playlists, Warhammer. Let's see, we play Total War Warhammer 3, we're in the middle of now. Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader. Age of Sigmar Realms of Ruin. Darktide, Vermintide 2, Mechanicus, Chaos Gate, Daemon Hunters, Warhammer 40k, Inquisitor Martyr. I think, was that, let's see, Warhammer 40k. Yeah, I think that's it. So we played all of those in like the last year or two. Should play Dawn of War 2. Haven't got... I'm like stun locked right now. These people are having like civil discussions. This lady is like... Why does this table look like angry people who want to speak with the manager? But the others are all calm.
The entrance appears to be sealed via keycard access.
I'm sorry, what?
Swiped it from their officer.
The Karen table? Yeah.
Go on soon. If the bureaucrats I work with had half the sense...
It's the 11 o'clock news. The one on the right looks like a toddler throwing a tantrum. Oh, shoot. There's an ArenaNet employee here. There's ANET staff here. Everyone on best behavior. They have a pet named Meat Shield.
What's going on in here? Just where are you taking our things?
What's it to ya? Figured you wouldn't mind sharing. A little hospitality.
More than a little. You crooks have been at it all day.
No. You snitches take yourselves too seriously. Should consider yanking those sticks out of your butts.
The sticks out of your butts.
Gyros. We'll get nowhere with those shielding him. Aim for them first. I've been meaning to do some target practice.
Life doesn't give you what you need. You just gotta take it for yourself. Life's not fair, so why play by its rules?
Of course. It doesn't give you carte blanche to make it harder for other people. Lightning! Stun him before he attacks!
Monsoon, watch out!
Focus on the gyros. That should help us destroy his shield.
Gyro.
Gyros. We'll get nowhere with those shielding him. Aim for them first.
Ha! You're kidding, right?
I know I don't have to kill this one, but I'm already here. And I crave violence.
We must stop him from charging. If we break those gyros, that should break his shield as well.
More gyros? Oh my gosh. This guy's like, oops, all gyros. Yo, I would play my scrapper more if I had this many gyros. That sounds awesome, honestly. That was a lot of DPS numbers. What the heck?
Focus on the gyros. That
What were those ads? Do you have gyros under him? That's not normal.
It's no use. We cannot hurt him unless we break that charge of his.
It's a good thing I've got friggin' 1,000-something break bar damage in my pocket. That's actually pretty crazy. Because this is 200, this is 250, and then the hammer skill, the mace skills reset, and then that's another 200 and 250, so that's 900, and then this does 400. So I have 1,300 break bar damage if I'm in maces when I need to do CC. It's pretty crazy. I like it. Monk, are you going to stream any of the Summer Games Fest stuff? I don't even know what that is, man. I have to read about it. We have 2 ANET people? No, it's 1 and a pet. Oh, no, wait, there is a second one. No, wait, hold on. Meat Shield? No, Meat Shield is the freaking Jade bot. No. Oh, over here. There's one over here. Okay. Ganeko. We got Ganeko and Meat Shield and K Kylo. The new E3. Hopefully it lasts longer. Let's see. It's like the new E3 hosted by the guy from the Game Awards. The thing at the place with the guy. Got it. I completely understand now. 23 KDPS. Okay. Nice. Leave group. That was fun. That's fun. I'm glad that we've managed to fine-tune the build a bit more and still have a lot of fun with it. This is pretty crazy. So I'm doing like good damage. I'm doing self-healing. I'm doing sustain. I'm keeping 100% quickness up on my group. I'm helping contribute to keeping vigor, protection, regeneration on the group, and doing barrier and occasional condition cleanses on myself. Have a lot of break bar. And I got some movement skills and some burst. And I've got an AoE 10-man res if I need it. And an invulnerability. Rah. There's some pretty... I'm really happy with this. This is my favorite DPS build in a while. I think I can finally say that I'm enjoying this more than Scrapper, which was my favorite DPS build before this. Are you doing any metas we could join? I'm afraid I gotta go to bed in a few minutes, which means I'll be ending the stream and playing Total War Warhammer 3. Past my bedtime, but no, we're almost to our closing time. Let's see. Me suck. We can check on the loaf though. See how it's baking. How you doing? He rolled to give me easier access to his belly. If you're new here, you don't understand. This is like a once a month thing. He is usually like, no, you stay away from that. Do you think it's worth the drops to watch streamers for 6 hours? I mean, you could just have the computer on watching the streamer and you do something else. So I think it's very, very low effort to get an outfit if you want it. So if you want it, it's a free outfit. If you don't want it, then of course not. Of course it's not worth it in that scenario. I disconnected when Ronyak was at 5%. How do I get back into the same instance so I can loot the chest? If I was still there, I would oh, I'm getting a ninja kick. If I was still there, I would invite you so you could loot it, but I've already gone back to town, I'm afraid. If Mug were Slaanesh cultists, the streams would be a lot wilder. I actually have a campaign of Total War Warhammer 3 where I was trying out the Slaanesh guys, and I went for a few hours on it. I really like the hero unit that you get, the Lord you start with, but didn't really like the troops. It felt like they were all just like very fast but kind of fragile people. So they were good for running down people that were running away, but when they would first clash, it was like, ooh. Don't know if anyone told you this. You should try Chaos Dwarves. I've heard it from at least one person. All right. Cool. Chat, with that, we've come to the end of tonight's stream. Thank you guys so much for being here tonight. Even if you were just getting drops, it's a huge help to the channel, so I thank you for picking this one. A few plugs on the way out before I wrap things up. If you're new here, my name is Mukluk. I stream every single evening and every weekday morning. My next stream is going to be tomorrow, Saturday night, at the same time that this one was. Going to be doing pretty much just Guild Wars 2 until the end of Sunday night, taking advantage of these drops. Then I'll be back to my normal schedule, which is a mixture of games. Sunday, from 12 noon to 12 midnight, I'll be live doing a huge celebration. We're celebrating 6 years of being live every single day because I have a problem. During that time, we are going to be doing some juicy giveaways almost every hour. We have got a bunch of legendaries here to give away, almost 20,000 gold worth of stuff that is going to go to chat. So if you happen to be chilling at home on Sunday and you're not doing anything, might be good to tune in and get some free stuff. Hit the follow button on Twitch, like and subscribe if you're watching me on YouTube. It really does help. These are links to my YouTube channels. I got 2 of them. If you like my content, subscribe to those. And lastly, special thanks to the patrons. They keep this channel alive. They keep this cat fed, and could not do it without them. There's a link to that if you're interested. With that, because of the drops, I will raid someone on the Twitch side of things that so that you guys they can AFK. Oh my God, noises! So that the AFK people can continue getting their drops. Let me see who is live. Yo, Merrick is live. Oh my God, I haven't seen him in ages. Merrick used to stream extremely regularly Guild Wars 2, and he had to stop for a long time because I think his wife had like a near-death experience or something, and a bunch of people in the Guild Wars 2 community like raised money to help. I haven't seen him in ages. He's a really cool person. I'm gonna raid him and hopefully give him a good evening to remember. If you like his content, be sure to hit the follow button, and if you don't, just be polite and just mooch your drops or leave, whatever you like. Just be nice. I'll see you guys on the other side. You guys have a great evening, and I'll be back tomorrow.